Alright, good morning everyone. Can everyone hear me? Awesome, okay, cool. Everyone's here. Yeah, my name is Tyler. I go by MeltyGoblin in the Slack. And this morning we're going to be playing some Diablo 3. It's a nice chill game where you kill lots of monsters to get better gear so you can kill stronger monsters. And so today we're going to be starting a brand new character on hardcore mode in a season. So seasonal heroes are essentially they last about 3 months, and you start fresh. You don't have any of your gear from your other characters, any of your upgrades, none of that. And you see how far you can get, and there's leaderboards, and there's special objectives you can do to get special gear and stuff like that. So we're going to be doing that, and we're going to be doing hardcore. So hardcore means that if I die, the character's dead forever. They've got nothing. All their gear they're wearing is gone, and I can never play them again. And since the Necromancer just came out, we're going to be playing a Necromancer, of course. It'll be fun. It's a new class some people may not have seen if you haven't played the game for a while. The Necromancer's been out for a month. I've been able to get a couple of them pretty high up, so I've got some time on them. And it'll be a good time. But I need some name suggestions for our character from the chat. So give me some name suggestions, and we'll take whichever one sounds good. The Necro does look very emo, Jala. He has nice long white Geralt hair, and that weird horn on his pauldron. It's great. Yes, names. Anything anyone can think of. It never really shows up other than on your character select screen because it just goes by your BattleNet ID, but it's fun to have fun names. For inspiration, my 70 Necromancer is Dead Flanders. He desperately needs some gear, but he's a fun time. Skelemelt or Skeet Ulrich? Alright, we're gonna go with Skeet Ulrich. Let's do it. And there we go. And yep, this is the big warning that says hardcore seasonal, we start with nothing, and support customer service will never revive a hardcore character for any reason. I've lost a couple hardcore characters to Lagzilla, as they call it. You lag out and you die, so it's fun. And also, I'm going to be doing a bet, so hold me to this. Every hardcore character that dies today is a $25 donation from me. So, we'll do our best to not die, but good things happen if I die. Okay, let's go to adventure mode. We're going to throw this on expert, because we're going to do a little thing I like to do to start getting geared. I've played a lot of Diablo 3, but I haven't played a ton of hardcore. I usually play softcore, because I'm usually listening to music or something while I'm playing, and I'm scared to die. So, what we want is the Zoltan Cool bounty to come up. The Magda bounty is fine too. So we're going to go to the Hidden Camp. And essentially we're playing on a difficulty. It's probably a little hard for our gear right now, but we're going to run over to our followers, and we're just going to take his stuff. We're going to take his javelin because it gives us a 140% damage increase right off the start. And so then we're going to go over here and kill Magda to get a bunch of special gear, essentially, to start the game with. And so our starting ability is Bone Spikes. We just raise spikes out of the ground and do damage to things. Or mostly want to go straight to Magna, because if we level up too much, we actually get a little too powerful. Oh, no, we went the wrong way. Sometimes the teleport puts you in a bit of a weird spot. And if you notice, one of the big mechanics of the Necromancer is all your enemies leave behind a corpse. And you have abilities that can use those corpses that we'll be getting very soon. And so yes, we're going to go here through this camp to go to the lair of the witch, and we're going to kill Magda, which is going to give us some rare gear to start ourselves off with, and help us get a jump start. We also have our Bone Spear now, which is our ability that uses essence. These guys put a wall in my way.
Not enough essence.
And so our Bone Spikes is what generates essence, which is our resource that we spend for abilities, and our Bone Spear uses it. These corrupt vessels can actually cause problems if you're not ready for them, because they turn into big baddies if you let them sit there and chant for too long. Like, they turn into actually those tormented thralls. We're going to run by you, because I don't really want to fight you right now, and we're going to go kill Magda. If you have a bounty on a boss in adventure mode, they always drop a Diabolic Horde chest, which is super powerful and gets us a bunch of cool stuff. So Magda is just a witch. She summons dudes and throws bugs at us. Those guys are using Frozen. You don't want to stand in that when it goes off, or I'll be frozen and I'll probably die. Because this strat of going and killing a boss early is actually a little risky. But we did it. So now we get all this gold, and we get our Diabolic Horde. And so we got a bunch of gold gear here to get us started. So we got a chest piece, some gloves, a shield, and a club that's even better. So when you're leveling, damage is king, really. So we want anything that increases our damage, and we want to keep our weapon corresponding with our level. Zombie, how much gore is in this game? There's a lot. Especially the Necromancer. You're going to see a lot of corpses on the ground there, and it's going to be pretty much everywhere. Things are going to explode. Yeah, there's a lot of it. Okay, so now we've got that done. We're going to lower the difficulty back down to hard. So we're going to remake the game. Because depending on your difficulty, you get... Oh, I misread. What'd you say? Okay, sorry, zombie. I must have misread it. This is going to be a bit of a challenge for me to read the chat and focus on the game, because if I die, I lose everything. Oh, Vor. I'm not sure what you mean by that, zombie. I'm sorry. Okay, let's put the difficulty back down to hard. I think I'm missing a reference. Okay, as long as I was funny. Yeah, so difficulty. Depending on the difficulty you play on, you get bonus experience and higher drop rates. And on expert, you get 100% bonus, so double, and on hard, you get 75%. And hard is significantly easier for us than expert, so we want to be able to just destroy mobs. So there's really not a whole lot of bonus for us to go to expert, unless we just get crazy overgeared and are just overkilling mobs. Then we'll bump it up, but probably end up playing on hard for most of the 1 through 70. And so essentially what we want to do next to keep our leveling on track is we want to go to the Halls of Agony and kill some mobs. We want to get to level 10, because at level 8 we can go through and buy rings, and at level 10 we can get amulets. And when we leveled up, we unlocked our first corpse ability, which is Corpse Explosion. You literally just cast it on the ground, and any corpses in your cast explode and do tons of damage. And yeah, it's really good for killing huge groups, because you kill a couple guys with your abilities, and then you just start exploding them like that. It's really easy. And it doesn't even cost any essence. All you need is a corpse on the ground. And we'll get some abilities later that help improve that, or even help generate corpses when there are none. Oh, those are some good guys. So essentially we're just going to clear out this entire floor to try and get to level 10. I've got this whole route planned out, and the goal, we've got about 4 hours today, so the goal is to get to 70. I don't know if we're going to quite make it, but we'll probably get pretty close. I imagine we can get at least into the 50s in this stream.
Plasma has blessed me.
And we just got Skeletal Mage. Actually, I'm going to equip that. So Skeletal Mage is honestly probably one of the best abilities that the Necromancer has. Uses Essence, and you summon a Skeletal Mage. It lasts for 6 seconds and does 400% of your attack damage. So you can summon multiples of him, and he does a ton of damage. So I'll show him off. And he auto-targets. You don't even have to do anything. He just kind of does that. The Necromancer is a pet class, so they're going to summon lots of little guys to do their bidding. And we have a cursed chest here. This will be fun. Cursed chests, essentially you have to do a little challenge to unlock the chest. So let's have some fun. So we have to slay some elites.
Need essence.
These corpses on the ground from earlier that helped us out. We'll summon some mages to do our dirty work. And we got it. And now we get a radiant chest out of it. Oh, I almost forgot to equip some cosmetics that'll make this much better looking. So we need to trick our guy out here. So let's give him some Necromancer wings here. We got these for purchasing the Necromancer expansion, but they look sweet. For pets, we're going to do my buddy Grunk. I got Grunk when I found a special treasure goblin with my fiance, and he's a very rare pet, and he gathers my gold for me. So Grunk's going to join us on this adventure. We're going to go full old-fashioned Necromancer for our portrait up there. And for our pennant, we could do the Bloodmaster, but I think I actually prefer my Season 3 pendant for this guy, so we're going to go with that. Oh, I equipped it, and now we look way cooler. We just look like we're here to kick some ass and take some names. So yeah, we're going to keep clearing out this floor. And after we clear out the Halls of Agony and hit level 10, we're actually going to do some campaigning. Because the first act, you are halfway through it, you kill a guy who is guaranteed to drop a legendary called the Oryx Crown. And that legendary is super helpful for leveling. It makes it so any gem in your head slot, which it has a guaranteed slot, is anywhere from about 80 to 95% more effective, depending on your roll. And we're going to put a ruby in there, which increases our experience. So it's going to be really nice for leveling up, and we'll probably hang on to that as long as we can until it just becomes ridiculously outclassed by everything. Oh, there's one of those vessels who transforms. What are the non-heroes pennants from? You can unlock pennants from a couple different things. The one I have right now is a seasonal pendant, so I got that for making it so far through a seasonal journey. One of them I got from just buying the Necromancer, and they do a lot of them for promotions, but if you make it to a certain level in a season or complete a certain achievement, you will unlock it and get it forever. The Heroes of the Storm pendant just comes from playing Heroes of the Storm. Why do skeletons get added flesh when they die? That is a mystery we may never know the answer to, Allison. Everything in this game drops a corpse for the Necromancer, even ghosts. So I guess they take on human flesh as they die and drop a corpse. But yeah, it breaks the in-game fiction a little bit when skeletons get corpses and ghosts and everything. We don't want that simple dagger. It's too simple for our needs. Oh, and looks like Jeremy Greer donated $100. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I'm glad your credit card issues got sorted out. Okay, we got through Halls of Agony level 1. I don't think we... Oh, we actually went back to level 1. Whoops. I thought we were on level 1. Well, let's go back to level 2 and go down to level 3. That's what we want to do. I think... Is there actually a bounty to kill the butcher right now? There is. So... yep, we'll kill the butcher while we're here, just for fun. As we level ourselves up. Oh yes, thank you, Patches. The red orb is our life. Life, lose it all and you're dead. And the blue is our essence. This is always going to be whatever your main resource is for a class. So like for a Crusader, it's Wrath. For a Barbarian, it's Rage, and it actually builds up. But we have Essence, and our Essence does not generate over time. We have to generate it using our abilities. This is our level bar, and these are all of our skills. And our potion. You can actually get rarer potions, but we probably won't get that unless we hit 70 and start doing like greater rifts. And soon we will get more fun abilities. With 7 now, so we're close to getting our rings. I'll try and show off all the like the main abilities as I unlock them. Did I get... Yes, I got Sudden Impact for Bone Spikes, and I got Grim Scythe. So, when you select skills, you have an option for runes that you unlock. Runes will augment the skill in some way. Bone Spikes is actually one of the best skills for the Necromancer, at least the best primary resource generating one that I've found, because of the first rune, Sudden Impact. Bone Spikes now stuns enemies for a second. So, if you have enough attack speed, you can stun lock enemies and make them real easy. But we'll have some fun and we'll show off the Grim Scythe. I use a Summon Scythe to slash in front of me. And let's go this way. I think that's the only other skill we have unlocked other than Skeletal Mage and Corpse Explosion. And there's... Oh, that's the Highlands Passage. I think we actually do have to go that way, but there should be some mobs down here in this little torture room. There's my hidden scythe. I guess no one's chilling here. Well, oh, here come some guys. So this scythe really isn't as strong as the bone spikes, but it looks pretty cool. It gives you a real Grim Reaper-esque feel. So let's teleport over to Halls of Agony 3 and kill the Butcher. Yes, Jala, this game actually has co-op, and I personally love this game to relax after a long day. It's really chill if you're not playing hardcore and you're not worried about dying, but it's really easy to relax, put on some tunes, and kill lots of monsters.
This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient
And as we just found, you can find journals of characters in the game if you like your lore. I'm not as well versed in the Diablo lore as I should be, but you meet some cool characters through the game. Yeah, and the game actually is on PS4 as well as PC. I'm currently playing the PC version. The PS4 version is actually a lot better than I thought it would end up being. There's a lot of menus in Diablo that I thought would be really annoying to navigate with a controller, but they do a really good job. They pretty much auto-equip gear that's better for you, and even if you're playing like couch co-op, you can all go through the menus at once. You don't have to pause the game. You all just have a little corner of the screen where you can bring up your menus, and it works really well. I've played it a couple times, and it is a great couch co-op game. So you can see we have our quest arrow. We're going to kill the Butcher. and hopefully get some more gear. Ooh, we hit level 8. Actually, now that we hit 8, I'm going to return to town once I clear this group off. So we can get some rings. At level 8, you can buy rings from the jewelry merchant. And anything that increases our damage, we want while we're leveling. Damage is king. So there's a couple jewelry merchants. I believe this guy is one. No, he's not. I think it's further over. Oh, yeah, it's this guy. Radek the Fence. Let's see. Do we have any plus damage rings? We do. We have Reptilian Ring of Wounding. So we're going to buy 2 of those and put them on. We'll probably get them taken off soon, but it's nice to have them. Yes, I was a former WoW player myself. We've seen a lot on the Slack and the Blizzard chat. I used to, I'm about 5 years sober. I played way too much WoW back in my college days. I was a raid leader on Kill Jaden. It was a fun time, but I just don't have the time for it anymore. These corpse explosion parties are always fun. Actually, later we'll get a skill that makes us run faster for each corpse we use, which basically just gives us a permanent run buff when we do stuff like that.
Embraces you.
There's my little grunk following me around. He'll pick up gold for you, which is really convenient. It's nice to have a little guy, so you don't have to worry about picking up all the gold. Let's see who this. Listen to Lior's journal too.
Malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however. Perhaps I am simply suffering from an imbalance of humors brought on by the recent change of climate.
Oh yeah, it's fun to find those little lore tidbits in the game. My favorite ones to listen to are by a couple of the explorers, one of which is Deckard Cain, when you fight new enemies. And they kind of describe them as if they were encountering them in the wild, and it's usually pretty funny. Let's see, let's get some shoes. That's not any better. Let's put some pants on. So yeah, if you can't tell, we're pretty powerful at this point. We got a nice little early boost, and we're just rolling through things here. As things go on, it'll get a bit tougher, depending on how we're doing. But in general, we want to stay at this point of just steamrolling everything so we can level up as fast as possible. Oh, and we just unlocked our skeleton, our command skeletons. So now, we get 7 skeletons. And if they die, they just resummon on a timer. They summon one by one. And they attack things for us. And I can command them to attack a specific target, and they'll all jump to it and deal extra damage to it. So they do 50% of my damage normally. Oh, we don't want to go to the Cursed Hold. And if I activate their ability, they gain an extra 50%. So they essentially deal my damage. But there's 7 of them. I'm glad you approve of my skeleton zombie. We're going to be seeing a lot of these. They are a fun time. Where have I gone here? I probably should have kept going that way. I thought it was going to be a dead end. And there are my skeleton just doing their job. So we're at that point now where really the only reason we need our primary ability is to generate essence, because our guys are going to be doing the vast majority of our damage. we have just turned into this commander of an army of the undead. And we're only going to get more. I really enjoy the Necromancer class, because I've always liked pet classes. It's just fun to be leading an army into battle and letting them do all your bidding. I'll show you what the skeleton activate looks like here in a second. Let me find like an elite group or something. I can clear these guys out, because we need levels. Here we go. And that's the skeleton activate. They just all dive bomb in like a bunch of crazy guys. You had a strange mental image of Kamehameha where a bunch of skeletons come out. Well, sadly, our power level looks like it's about 9, not 9,000. Oh yeah, Jala, I used to play Guild Wars back in the day. I never really got into Guild Wars 2, but I played a bunch of Guild Wars 1, although I mostly played... what was the name of the melee class in that game? I don't remember, but that was the class I mostly played. I remember going through... it was just like the main melee warrior guy. I tend to be attracted to melee plate classes in RPGs and these kind of games. So, the Necromancer is a little different than normal, but I've really been enjoying this as a class recently. Yeah, Zombie, the Necromancer is the most metal of all the classes. If you look at any of like the ability names you get later, it's definitely metal. I'll show you some once we get a moment of reprieve here. And we hit level 10, so that means we actually get to go get our amulet as well. A damage boosting amulet. And we unlocked our first passive. We're getting a bunch of stuff. Okay, let's go back to town so we can buy our amulet. I don't have any runes for Skeleton Mage yet.
In another place.
But yeah, Corpse Explosion's already pretty metal. One of my favorite ones. I don't think we'll be able to see it. We're not high enough level. But you have Land of the Dead. There's one called Skeletal Mage with Singularity. And, of course, the most metal ability of all is where your character literally, as the game says, sheds his mortal flesh and travels via blood to another location and reforms. If there's nothing more metal than that in Diablo. Guardian, that was it. Thank you, Jala. Yes, I played a lot of Guardian. So we have 2 passives now. We get passives every 10 levels until 30, and then it would get a 40 level chunk. But we have 2 right now, which are Fueled by Death. This one's really good. We're probably going to end up using it. Essentially, consuming a corpse with any ability gives us 3% movement speed for 5 seconds, stacking 10 times. Movement speed is always good in Diablo because you want to be able to get out of a bad situation. The other one is Life from Death, which consuming a corpse has a 20% chance of spawning a health globe. If we find ourselves close to dying, we may switch one of our passives over to that, but right now, we're not really in any danger. I think, yep, that's about it. We unlocked Corpse Lance, which we can show that off a bit later. And we got a rune for Grim Scythe, but other than that, we're pretty good. Let's get our amulet. Hopefully we can get lucky and just get one in this town without having to travel from town to town. But we will see. Show me what you got, Radek. You gonna hook me up again? He does not have any amulets. Alright, we'll go to the next town. I'll go to Caldeum and the Hidden Camp. And the fence back here is way back here. Yes, I do have a lot of Skella buddies. They're going to follow me around and hold their swords and just go nyah, 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 nyah. You have some amulets. Plus vitality, we don't really want those. Vitality's good in some other instances, especially late game, but not right now. This guy is our next jewelry merchant. Lightning skills deal more damage. We don't have much lightning. Neither of those are too good. We got one more shot, and then we have to settle. At the Survivor's Enclave. The question is, can I remember where the jewelry merchant in the Survivor's Enclave is? That's what we're going to find out. Are you?
I just want to get rid of
You are
this.
not. He's here somewhere. Let's try you. You have some stuff, but no amulets. Do you have anything? We got an achievement for consumer culture. I guess I've never bothered to listen to all the town's merchants in Act 5. Well then. That's great. So we don't get our special damage amulets. Let's go back to Act 2 and get one of his vitality ones then. I guess I've never bothered talking to everyone in these games, because usually you don't really end up buying much from merchants.
I
The one that
cannot
increases it.
afford that.
Oh no, we don't have enough gold. Let's sell some stuff. Still don't have enough gold. I guess we're going Sans Amulet for now then. But yeah, I never really talk to the townspeople that often in these games. Because once you hit max level, the merchants aren't very useful beyond the crafting merchants. So the blacksmith, the jeweler, and the enchanter. Beyond that, there's not really much of a reason to talk to everyone unless you're searching for achievements.
Weakness consumes you.
And here we get to fight the Butcher. Butcher's been in pretty much every Diablo game, I believe. He's been in 1, 2, and 3. And he pretty much acts the same. He's got a hook that he can hook you in with, and he charges you, and his entire pit is over lava. So we can let our minions do their thing against him. So he does that to basically telegraph where he's going to charge. So he's pretty easy to dodge as I get hit. I don't have any movement abilities really right now, which is the one downside of the Necromancer. You don't get any like battlefield repositioning abilities until level 31. So we got him down. Let's get our chest. Let's do some gear overlooking. Oh, so we have a heart now. So we can literally just hold a heart. We can hover a heart in our left hand, and that gives us bonuses. Those are no good. That's not any better. We don't have a helmet, so we'll take one. And this dagger is better than our mace, so we'll hop that on and put on a belt. So now, well, unfortunately our hood clips through our hair and does not match our outfit, but I suppose we'll have to deal with it for the stat increases. So now actually we're going to, let's go back to town before we leave. We're going to leave this game and rebuild a story mode game. Oh, thank you for that, Zombie. We have a donation from Josh Crow for 20 buckaroos. Thank you so much, Josh. We really appreciate that. And yeah, for those of you who haven't heard or are just joining in, we're doing this for our friend Jala. Our friend Jala is being treated for cancer again for a 3rd time. And so we're doing this to help ease the burden of her medical bills and help her out because she's a great person. So the GoFundMe link is down below the stream. So if you feel the need or feel called to, please throw a couple of bucks for a good cause. Yes, let's leave the game. Let's rebuild a story game because we want an item called Leoric's Crown. And about halfway through Act 1, we get a guaranteed drop of it. So we're going to do about half of Act 1. And I'll let the cutscene play out for you guys, for those of you who haven't seen them.
All that grows must also wither and die.
what dies and rots will then nourish the living. This is the great cycle of being, and we, the priests of Rathma, use our dark art to protect it. Though most do not understand us, we go where we are needed. My master has learned that a star fell in the west, drawing the dead from their graves. He commands me to journey to Tristram and return them to their rest. For if the cycle is not upheld, it would mean the end of all things.
And that's the Necromancer. He's literally here because someone told him to go make sure the dead aren't rising up on their own. Because only Necromancers can rise up the dead. And so we're journeying to Tristram. They don't really care that much about the conflict between heaven and hell or really anything else. They just care about the balance of the living and the death.
Where is the fallen star?
It fell on the old cathedral. There was only one survivor, Leah. You should speak with her. Captain Rumford, more dead are coming. We can't open the gates until we drive them back.
As you can see, we help these guys out who are defending the gates of Tristram, the town that gets destroyed in every Diablo game ever. How many times will they rebuild it? We never know.
I've never seen anyone fight like that before. Guards, open the gates. You'll find Leah at the Slaughtered Calf Inn.
And so this is one of the towns we were in earlier. Everyone's freaking out like Brother Malachi the healer. Yeah, Patrick, you're right. The Necros are very similar to Druids in other fiction. I'm not even going to pretend I'm very well versed in Diablo lore, but I do like the tidbits I get here and there from playing the game.
Uncle Deckard Cain into the depths of the old cathedral. I tried to search for him, but the dead were already rising. I came back here to rally the militia, but watch out! The wounded are turning!
As you can see, things are not going well for Tristram. People are turning left and right into dead. And as Braun the Barkeep says, this is killing business. Literally. Killing business.
The dead will overwhelm us all, unless something is done.
Yes. That is why I am here.
Thank you. You should speak with Captain Rumford at the gate. He can tell you what to do.
And so now we go back to Captain Rumford, and he tells us to go kill more things, which is what we're good at.
I will bring peace to the risen dead.
I admire your courage, but Captain Dalton and the militia were slaughtered by those things. Only I survived.
I have experience in these matters.
Well, I have seen you fight. Strike at the wretched mothers and their queen. They're the ones vomiting out these horrors. They're attacking the barricades!
And so now we just get to go kill some wretched mothers who are vomiting out corpses for us to fight. And we're back on another killing spree. And so the Act 1 playthrough does slow down our leveling quite a bit. It's much faster to level in adventure mode, but the Leoric's crown you get from it is essentially will make up any time. Oh, we just got Siphon Blood. Let's show that off. Oh, looks like my minions are in combat, so I can't do much. And we just got our first legendary of the day. We got a helmet off just a random mob. That's sweet. Let's see what it is. If this is Leoric's crown, that's going to be hilarious. So, Act 1's done. We don't need to be here anymore. We got our Leoric's crown like 5 minutes into it off a random drop. All right then. I suppose we'll stick with that. Not a whole lot of reason to keep going. So let's go back to adventure mode. I saw the drop and I wasn't sure in my inventory if it was a broken crown or a Leoric's crown, which are very different. But that saves us like a solid like half hour, 45 minutes of story mode. So we'll go back to adventure mode. Alright, so in adventure mode, there are two main things we can do. Those of you who played the game are pretty familiar. We can do bounties, which we go around doing all the quests, which gives us a large heraldic chest, which contains plans, items, gold, and crafting materials, essentially. Or we can do Nephilim rifts, which are basically kind of like little mini boss rushes. You go through, the floors are all completely random, enemies are random, you go through there, kill a bunch, and after you kill enough, a boss spawns, you kill him, you get a bunch of drops. We're going to start off doing bounties, because what we want to find, the god drop, the dream, would be to find Cain's Fate, which is a level 23 armor set that increases our experience by 50% if we're wearing all 4 pieces. And we only get those from bounty drops. So if we can get Cain's set, that would be sweet. So let's do some Act 1 bounties. Let's kill the Skeleton King, since I didn't get to kill him in normal mode, in campaign mode. I'll show off Siphon Blood as well. It heals you, which is sweet, and you just pull blood from them. It's a channeled ability. It looks like this. You just pull it right out of them. It's nice, but it's not as good as the stun effect from sudden impact on bone spikes. Yeah, this Leoric's crown will become obsolete sooner, but the goal is really just to get a quick bonus. We should be finding gems soon, now that we've hit level 10. And the main goal for it is not really to wear it, but actually to use it in Kanai's Cube, which we'll pick up once we're a little higher level. Once Leoric's crown kind of becomes obsolete, we're probably going to Kanai's Cube it, so that all of our helmets will have that special ability of increasing the top gem. I didn't even look at our roll. How was our roll on this one? Ooh, 77%. It was not the best roll, but we'll take it. In Kanai's Cube, it's always going to be 90%. So that's the main reason we wanted it. And this is Leoric the Skeleton King yelling at us, saying that we can't defeat him, even though we're going to. As he slowly saunters away towards his door. We've already destroyed his entire army. I'm going to switch back. I'm still in combat. I'm going to switch back to our bone spikes. Now we've used Siphon Blood for a bit. There's a nice little elite mob. Captain Clegg. Oh, and thank you, Zombie, for keeping track of those donations. Graham Markison donated $20, which looks like is double cakes in the chat. Thank you so much. We always appreciate that. I hear the sound of a treasure goblin. Oh, who is it? A nefarious promulgator. He's a big one. Let's kill him. Oh, this is the fun one. They all split into smaller treasure goblins. As we kill them, we have to kill as many as we can. They're like giant gelatin monsters. Oh, you get back here. Don't you get away from us. I think we got them all. Let's gather. Oh, no, there's one left. He's about to run away. You're not going to get away from us. There we go. Now I think we got all the treasure goblins. There's a lot of variants on the treasure goblin in this game, which is a ton of fun to play with. So now we have to go find all of the gear that dropped and go pick it all up. And see what's worth keeping. Is there anything else around here? Looks like a no. Yep, we should be good. Make sure nothing came. I didn't get anything over here that I missed. Nope. Okay. Wow, we may need to go back to town before we fight the Skeleton King. Got some better boots, some better pants. We want to keep our damage up. We're not really taking too much hit, so we'll leave the shield. Better chest piece. Some nicer gloves. Some nicer gloves still. Yep, looks like that pretty much covers it. Before we kill the Skeleton King, I'm going to go disenchant a bunch of our items for crafting materials. Yes, Gem Goblin would have been the dream patches. We could have gotten our Luark's crown going even sooner. We have enough money for an amulet too, so let's get that while we're here. At this point, we're going to be getting a ton of gold, so the crafting materials are going to end up being more valuable to us in the long run than selling them for gold, which is why we're going to basically dismantle everything we don't want.
Don't tell no one round here appreciates the work I put into acquiring these files.
Chance to deal 6% area damage on hit. I'll take that.
Tell you that.
And let's go back on our journey to kill the Skeleton King. How'd you survive? And here is old Leoric, the Skeleton King. Oh, Murph donated 50 bucks. Thank you so much, Murph. Murph is definitely a cool dude. And that's the Skeleton King. What did we get? We got a good sword. It's two-handed, but it still is better overall. Got some new pants. Some more new pants. Looks like it. Let's do some more bounties. Let's go to Cathedral level 2 and kill Firestarter. It's always nice to spawn next to a chest, even if it's a baby chest.
This creature will die.
So now we have to find a specific rare mob to kill. And other than that, just kill a bunch of mobs, which there's a lot of down here. Oh, we just got Command Golem. We'll equip that here in a second. Actually, we'll probably wait until we unlock our third skill slot to equip that, because I don't want to get rid of my Skelebros. Now, those explosions, on hard at this low level, will probably not do much to me, but when you're playing on higher difficulty, those molten explosions from certain elite enemies will mess you up. On my main guy, which is my Crusader, who I usually play anywhere from around Torment 11 to Torment 12, those things will essentially one-shot me if I've taken any small amount of damage. I have some abilities that will let me survive them, but they do so much. Just gotta kill one more. Here's a nice group. can move on to the next one. Over in the Festering Woods. Yeah, it's true. Above Torment 10, you're either alive and killing everything or dead instantly. At Torment 10, like, even the trash mobs, like little skeletons we're killing, have over 1 billion health. At that point, you have to be doing some serious damage if you want to even consider it. Let alone actually succeed. But my Crusader is fully kitted out with a full set. If we get some time later on, maybe I can do a run with him and show him off, because he's fun to play with. Oh, GoFundMe does not allow cents, so we can't do 69 cents. That is Sad Panda right there. What was it for Duck Spring? We raised like $4,020.69. It was pretty great. Oh, we just unlocked our third ability. Let's get the Golem out. We have some curses here. The only curse I've ever really liked using is Frailty, which we're not going to get for a little while longer. So we're going to get a Golem friend. And do we have any... yes, we actually do have something for Corpse Explosion. We'll increase the explosion radius. And for Skeletal Mage, we have the Gift of Death, which means my Ghost Skeleton Mages leave a fleshy corpse behind when they die, further breaking the mythos. But now we have a Golem. Right there. He's a big guy. He does a ton of damage, does 450% weapon damage, and I can command him to do this. He dives bombs and turns into 5 corpses that I can then explode. So that's what I was talking about earlier with corpse generation you can use. And so now we're really at that stage where we have just tons of minions to do all of our work for us. This is a little fun event we can do with the Memorial Stone. Get a bunch of ghosts to come after us. I don't know if we're exactly doing this memorial justice by leaving a literal pile of corpses right on top of it, but I suppose you take the help you can get.
Our enemies are legion, but they will not take us without a fight. We must hold them here while the keys to the Holy Temple are hidden away from their leader, the fiend Nevesia. Resolve must not falter, though we would surely die to the last man.
Zombie, I like the way you think. We need to calculate the percentage of GoFundMe takes so that we can get the net gain to end in 69. That's, you know what? We'll leave that to you. You go for it. Tell us what we need to donate and we'll do it. We'll meet that.
I can bring that down. I have long waited
All right.
for this knowledge.
Oh, and I forgot to mention our seasonal objectives as well. I'll show you that once we kill this group before we go to the next bounty. Yeah, so when you're a season, you have objectives. And you get some fun things when you complete a bunch of them. So the start is the seasonal journey, which has 4 chapters worth of objectives. And at the end, you get a full set of armor, which set armor essentially gives you bonuses for having multiple pieces of the armor, culminating in a really big bonus. So this would get the Bones of Rathma, which the 2 set bonus, having 2 pieces. My minions have a chance to reduce the cooldown of Army of Dead by 1 second. The 4 set is you gain a 1% damage reduction for 15 seconds. Each time one of your minions deals damage, max of 50 stacks, so that's a huge damage reduction. And finally, each active skeletal mage increases the damage of your minions and Army of the Dead by 625% up to a max of 2,500%. So a lot. And then we have, and so we have to go through these objectives. Once we get further on, we will go through and start actively working towards these to try and get some of this. But it's really not worth going for us unless we get to 70 today. And then, of course, we also get a cool portrait frame and a little dragon guy who looks awesome, and I love him already. Jala, you want to know about my name, MeltyGoblin? Here's the short version of that story. So, when I was younger, I was in Boy Scouts. And when you're in Boy Scouts, we would go camping a lot. We'd go about once a month. And there was a lot of downtime. So we usually would have one activity we'd be doing, like we would have a hiking trip planned, or something like that. And then afterwards, we kind of go back to campsite, make dinner, and then just, chill for the next however many hours before we decide to go to bed. So we, a lot of times, would play D&D. And there was one particular session where we were young, so we liked goofing around and just doing absolutely ridiculous things. So I was a mage of some sort, and I had cast a fire spell on a goblin and melted it into a pile of just goblin goo. And then I used a spell to resurrect it, but the game master was being cheeky and didn't actually let me resurrect it, but he let me resurrect the melted pile of goo. So for the rest of the game, I had a sentient pile of goo that I just kind of carried around with me in jars and sacks. And he was my pet MeltyGoblin, and that's where my name came from. It's enough of an inside joke that I love it, and it's also never taken anywhere, which makes it even better. Oh, Michael Gibbs donated $30. Thank you so much, Michael. Oh, and we also just got Devour, I believe, which we want. Oh yeah, so we're going to get rid of Corpse Explosion, because we're not really doing a whole lot of corpse-related things. What we want is Devour. So Devour consumes each corpse then 60 yards to restore 10 essence per corpse. And we want that because essentially our main damage source right now is these skeletal mages. So we want to be using corpses to gain essence rather than just use the corpses to deal damage, so that we can constantly be spamming skeletal mages. And ideally, we won't be using bone spikes that often with this build. We just want to consume these corpses for more essence, and also, because it consumes a lot of corpses at once, it gives us that movement speed buff passive that we equipped earlier. So we just want to spam more mages, and then consume all the corpses, and then spam more mages. Yes, we did make Goblin Flan. We had a Flan Princess. I'm glad you enjoyed the story. It's an old one. I was probably 13 or 14 during that game, but it's good memories. We did a lot of stupid things in Boy Scout trips. Like the time one kid, he brought Spam from home for whatever reason and didn't like it, so he dumped it out in the woods away from our campsite, and we came back the next morning and nothing had eaten it, which just proves to me how processed and gross Spam is. Like, if you can leave that in the woods with raccoons and miscellaneous other animals and nothing eats it, it's not edible. Probably should look at my gear. I haven't looked at my gear in a little while. Let's see here. That's good. I've tried Spam once. It was after that camp out where I tried a spoonful of Spam. It was edible. If I was hungry, I would eat it and I would be happy I had it. But if I have a choice, which, I'm fortunate enough that I do have a choice, I would not choose it. I don't remember if it was that camp out. We had another camp out where we found a raccoon licking bacon grease off a pole. We were cooking bacon in the morning, and we had to get rid of the grease, so we went out to like the edge of the campsite so that we wouldn't have to deal with animals or anything like that, and dumped it out on like this fence post. I don't know why this kid chose to dump it on a fence post as opposed to just on the ground, but that's what he decided to do. And I woke up really early the next morning, and there was a raccoon actually licking the pole, like trying to get the remnants of day-old bacon grease off of it. It was pretty funny. I wish I had had a phone or something on me to take a picture of it or a video, but alas, I did not. That was before smartphones were really popular. Yeah, Inkwell, I wouldn't recommend trying spam. I would just leave that to your imagination. It's better that way. See here, we're looking for a pure gemstone for Tashin the Miner. Patches, I get the feeling that spam is kind of like ramen. The older you get, the more you hate it. I mean, now don't get me wrong, I like a good ramen, like a real ramen from a nice restaurant, but Top Ramen, it just reminds me of college and sadness when I can't afford to eat anything nicer. Jala, you have a camping story? You should tell us in the chat. Looks like that's our pure gemstone. Found some chest here. A good chest, too.
Here are my goods for you to look through. My power has grown.
Oh, and he's actually a merchant, so we can buy things from him, but I don't think we really want to buy anything right now. We're getting plenty of drops as the game goes on. Chest ahead, try thrusting. Thanks, Patches. How was the one in Dark Souls 2? Horse butt? That one always made me laugh a little more, but of course they always get a little old. Inkwell, your store has a seasonal selection for college and they have a hanging picture of ramen. That's you know, I don't go to a store and look around and see a sign for ramen. I'm like, hell yeah, ramen in the house. I don't. That's a real interesting marketing campaign there. Okay, let's go to Leoric's Manor. Hopefully after this bounty we can get lucky and get Kane's Fate. That would be the dream, because we're almost high enough to use it. We already got lucky with Leoric's Crown. If we can get Kane's Fate, that would be sweet. Where's Leoric's Manor on this map again? I can never remember. I think it's to the right here. I can't remember if it goes around and curves down, or is it over to the right? Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. This is... You know, you would think after like a couple 100 hours of Diablo I would know how to get around, but I still don't. I just run around and goof off. let's go through... Oh yes, experience bonus. We want that for sure. I love the skeleton dive. It makes me happy just to watch them all dive in. Ooh, a curse chest. See, all the enemies before the timer ends. And it's actually not that tree guy, it's these Moon Clan ghosts. That was easy. Okay. Now, as I've said before, when you're leveling, damage is king, unless you're, like, close to dying. So even though the toughness and recovery are so much better on that, I don't want to use it right now. I like how you have to attack to open doors, and most characters have, like, a melee attack they open doors with, but I summon spikes from the ground to open a door. It's pretty great.
An interesting opponent.
Looks like I selected the wrong one for my skeleton to attack. Was there a closer waypoint and I'm just dumb? There sure was. Well, there's Krillin the Wicked. We got something out of it, at least. We did have to kill enemies in the Northern Highlands and Leoric's Manor. But Leoric's Manor is usually pretty jam-packed, so we're probably going to find a lot in here. At least the 25 or so we need. Let's see. Oh, Jala, if you wanted to hop in, I can join the Discord server. It's totally up to you. Oh, there's a lot of guys. I probably should pay attention to this one.
Plasma has blessed me.
Oh, did we go too far into Leoric's Manor? I guess we did. It wants us to kill guys out here. Okay. Oh yeah, Jala, let me get on the Discord real quick. I'm gonna go back to town, because I'm gonna feel real silly if I die trying to open up the Discord. So yeah, let me hop on the Discord. Okay, I should be on the Discord now. Yeah, I suppose me dying wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It is 25 bucks for the charity, but I have to do my due diligence and play properly. Yeah, Jala, I'm going to bring the game back up. Whenever you're ready, I am in the Discord. Don't worry, I'll be donating to the charity regardless. I just wanted this to have a fun little stakes. See. Oh, this chest is way better. We might want to craft a weapon soon. This weapon's level 9 and we're 18, so we're missing out on some good bonuses. So if we don't find a weapon from our Herodric cache, I'm going to craft one. If we get to level 42 today, we can roll the dice and see if we can get a level 60 item with a possible roll of an 18 level cap reduce, which is insane when you're 42. Morning, BG. Oh, my voice got louder when it was in the Discord? Okay, let me see if I can lower my voice volume a little bit. Hello, Jala.
Hi there. So, this is a lot easier than trying to relay my wonderful, fun story in text. I was like, oh, this is going to be a lot of typing. So first off, I want to say thank you to everybody watching for streaming, and all the people who came before also. And I'm going to be doing that kind of perpetually for a while. But anyway, camping story. So, it starts out like this. My sister and her boyfriend of the time wanted to go camping. And, bear in mind, they don't ever camp. And so, my sister's boyfriend decided that a cougar was going to come and eat him.
Okay.
Now, just for anybody who doesn't know anything about Houston area, it's not a place where there are cougars. Like, there are cougars in Texas, but they are like in hill country in West Texas. They're not really like in my area. I've never seen any reports about cougars or any of that crap. Also, we're in a metropolitan area. In the local state park, there is an alligator on the sign. There are alligators everywhere, but there are no cougars. So, like this idea that a cougar was going to come and eat him, he was dead convinced. So he went out and he bought a Rambo TM, Rambo knife.
like Rambo branded?
Yes, a branded Rambo knife. And then he also bought survival knives for my sister and I because, again, he thought that cougars were going to come and eat him in the night. So this is the beginning of how this whole thing went. And then, we go. This is a state park, okay? We're not, out in the middle of nowhere. This is a state park. We are, next to a showering facility, next to a road, whatever. It's not, roughing it or whatever. And we go to the observatory and go look at the stars and do all this other stuff. And then we're out there, doing the campfire thing. And the next part that was fun is because, again, these people do not camp ever. When we were done eating, they put all the trash, in a bag, and it was on the ground. Well, you know what happens next.
Oh, no.
Animals smell the food, so we are... So what happened was we were all sitting there, just kind of chilling out, hanging out, and then all of a sudden we just started having all these possums and raccoons and stuff encroaching upon this camp, surrounding us and just coming for us. And they were coming to try to check out the food bags and whatever. And instead of doing something to get rid of the food, the trash, that they were trying to come after, the smells, which is what I was saying we should do for obvious reasons. Instead, they go to the survival knives and they're like, you've got slingshots on these survival knives. And so we were sitting there with slingshots trying to fend off creatures that, weren't even trying to come and attack us. I just wanted to get whatever the leftover food was. And so 2 people had to stay at the camp and try to fend off, the horde of animals trying to come after the food.
Wait, so you guys sleeping in shifts?
Yeah, while the other person had to go to go take their shower or whatever, and then all of that mess. And so that was my one experience, my one fun camping story that I've got is because of the ridiculousness of my sister's boyfriend at the time and just how silly all of that was. So that was my one very, very vivid memory of camping. I've camped other times before that, but nothing very interesting happened. So But yeah, the Rambo knife and the like the cougars that were going to come out of nowhere and eat him, and then like fending off animals, wild animals with a slingshot on a survival knife that Crazy Man gave us. so the cougars wouldn't kill us. Like, okay.
I gotta say, I kind of want one of these slingshot knives. That sounds badass.
Right. So that's my story.
That is a pretty good story.
Like
I like it.
It's a pretty good story, and it's a little bit better when you can just hear it said rather than just typed out.
Absolutely.
In a long paragraph. So.
Absolutely. Well, in the meantime, we got some pretty cool stuff.
I mean, I've also, I guess I can tell another story about camping stuff while I'm in here, but
go for it. Yeah.
Another time that I went camping, a friend of mine in college who was my studio mate in art class. She was very into padded sword fighting and amped guard, if anybody knows what that is. And so, like, she was a martial artist, and like her long-term boyfriend, whatever, was like a park ranger and stuff. They were always out roughing it and doing whatever, and the padded sword fighting was just like one of those things that they did while they were outdoors doing whatever else they were doing, to the point that, like, in the amped guard community, they have companies, and they were both like knights in their company or whatever, and then they have different types of crafting events, like people make chainmail and art and all different kinds of things for reenactments. There are segments of that community that do LARP or whatever. She wasn't part of that, but the padded swords are basically a graphite golf shaft that has a fun noodle over it that has like a nylon sock or something on top of that, so it's really, really lightweight. And what she said was that using the padded swords, because they're so fast and you have to react so quickly, it helped her with her reaction time in martial arts, because she had to react so fast. So that was cool. But I went to this big event because she kept on telling me, you need to come out and do this padded sword fighting thing. I guess because I am a big nerd. You need to come out and go do this padded sword fighting thing in the woods. There is like a multi-kingdom, because the U.S. is separated out into kingdoms, and like our area is the kingdom of the wetlands or whatever. I don't know where they get the names from. And all the kingdoms have this giant war. Spring War is what it was. And so like all these people line up and they're out there fighting. They have people with various types of padded weapons and doing their thing. And I was just really out there watching and just kind of hanging out with everybody and hiking and doing that kind of a thing. But yeah, like this is like a Psycho Jala story. I get to tell a Psycho Jala story. The Don't Make Jala Mad story.
Okay.
So I was out there with like my boyfriend at the time, and then like a couple of our friends hanging out at our tent, just jacking around, doing our own thing. Well, the guys in the camp next to us, who were friends of my friend, were just jacking around too, and then they just decided that it would be a good idea to just throw rocks over at our tent, basically thinking, they're going to be like, what the hell's going on with the noise? Because I guess they thought we were in our tent, and they were just going to throw rocks at the tent. Well, instead, what happened was I was outside the tent, and this guy throws a rock, and it hits me right in the face.
Ooh.
And I just like fucking snapped. And it's dark, so like nobody knows what's going on. They're just like, what? And all of a sudden all they know is that like my lip swells up, there's blood running down my neck, and I like my voice dropped in the decibel levels, and I was just like deeper voice than my boyfriend or any of my friends that were there. And I just immediately was like, who the fuck threw that fucking rock? And I just stormed over there. And the guy who did it was like 6'3". Now bear in mind, I'm 5'3". And I weigh like 125, 130 pounds. I am not very big. And I get up in this man's face, and I had a lot of knives on me, and so I'm sitting here flicking my knife out, and I was just like about to stab his ass. And you know, the only reason why I didn't, you know, is just because this was somebody who was a friend of a friend. And you know, I got up in his face, and then meanwhile, like, my boyfriend was doing that thing that, like, you know, you see on, you know, TV or whatever, where it's like the guy will be like getting into a fight, and then his girlfriend's in the truck going like, "Yeah, get him! You see what he did?" Or whatever. Like, that was my boyfriend. He was doing that role, and I was in the nice. And so eventually, what happened was, I calmed down, because he's like, "Well, what do you want me to do?" And I'm just like, I gotta walk away from this man, or else I'm gonna be going to prison or something for stabbing him. I need to go. And so I ended up trying to find my friend, and I'm like storming through the entire camp looking for her, because I have no idea where she is. She like wandered off to go hiking or something. And so like all these people are just like, it kind of goes to show what kind of community it is, where I'm storming around the camp with like crazy eyes and, you know, swollen lip and blood dribbling down everywhere, and like nobody questions it. They're just like, whatevs. And I'm just doing my thing, and they're just like, okay, whatever. Eventually I ended up finding my friend, and, you know, she actually told me, you could have done whatever. I mean, if you wanted to get into a fight with him or whatever you want to do, go for it, you know? And I'm like, oh, well, I didn't want to go to jail, so it's whatever. But my calmness during this whole situation ended up paying off in an interesting way. So I calmed down and, you know, like, get cleaned up and all of that. And then the guy comes over and he's like, look, you know, and he tried to explain what the hell dumbass thing he was trying to do. And, you know, I was just like, yeah, whatever, fuck off. And he eventually told, you know, my friend and everybody else that he really respected me because I didn't give a crap how big he was, and I didn't give a crap about any of that. I was completely fearless, and I just was like, you know, not having a shit. And he ended up later that same evening, like, I had gone back into my tent, and I was just hanging out in my tent doing my own thing, and he ended up getting smacked in the face right between the eyes with a fist-sized rock from, I don't know, somebody else who was doing the same shit, I guess. And he ended up getting rock pieces lodged in his skull, and he had to go to ER. He had to go to ER. He had to be driven to ER to go get all those rock pieces pulled out of his skull. And he's like, now he has like this big scar on his head from this. And the thing he said when he was there was that, you know, it was instant karma for messing with me, and that he deserved it. So I didn't raise a hand. I didn't do anything to him at all. I didn't, you know, I didn't curse him out or anything like that. I was just like, you know, whatever. But yeah, instant karma. I guess the moral of the story is don't mess with me. Bad things happen.
Karma will come for you if you mess with Jala.
Yes, karma will come for you. Don't do it. It's a trap. So there's scary Jala time. For all those people who don't think that I'm scary, I am scary. Sure. Just don't hurt me. It's a bad idea.
Just don't hurt anyone, I think, is a good rule of thumb when it comes to life.
Yeah, that's really kind of a general principle. Although, I mean, like, you know, here you are massacring things in your game.
Well, these are demons, though. Like, these are just as justified.
It's okay. They're demons. So, yeah. But anyway, yeah, this game looks like my jam. I would have to play it, but I would have to get it, and that would also require me to remember that I have it.
Oh, yeah, you and I were talking last night, I think, how we both have ridiculously long Steam backlogs.
Yeah, that's a thing. I looked it up, and I have like 427 games, and about half of those have not been played. So, I mean, the fact that you've played 60% is still more than what I've played.
It was actually less than I thought. I looked it up afterward, and I was actually at about 50%. A little under, I think, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm actually doing on par with normal people. Okay, cool. So,
let's see
yay!
here. Yeah, My problem is bundles. Bundles get me every time. I'm like, ooh, this bundle has a game I want. It has 5 other games I don't want, but I may want. And then...
And, you know, here's the thing that happens when I'm in my Steam. I open Steam, and I look at it, and then my eyes glaze over, and I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. And then sometimes I will look through the games that I don't have installed, and I see titles that I swear I've never installed, and I've never, like, you know, redeemed a key for, and I don't know where they came from. And I'm like, wait, where did they come from? I don't even know. They're multiplying? Oh, God.
You know it's a problem, because I've done the same thing. When you try and buy a game you already own, and you didn't know you owned it. I have done that before.
I have to say, I have not done that. I have to say, I have not done that before. I pretty much, you know, like, if I'm interested in it, I already, you know, have it installed at least in my system. And then sometimes I'll go in there and I have stuff installed because, like, I may want to play it, and I'll just, like, go, what? I don't know the name of this. What is this game? And then I have to go look at the store page to figure out what the fuck I installed because I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I've done that too.
Oh my god! Patches only has 22 games in his library. Well, you are not much of a PC gamer then. You must be a console boy.
Either that or you have some crazy discipline. One of the two.
Yeah, well, I guess there's that too. I guess you could have discipline. You lack discipline!
Okay, let's go to this demonic hell portal here and go to the killing grounds.
I totally interrupted all of your very next narrative about this thing that you're doing and explaining everything.
Fine. The thing about Diablo.
Hey, that looks like the eye of Sauron.
It kind of does, or a Sarlacc pit a little bit. Yeah, the thing about Diablo is it's pretty much the same thing over and over again. So like, I can sit here and explain it for 4 hours, or we can have fun story time with Jala, and I think the latter is probably preferable.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the last story I told was scary and creepy. Like, you know, maybe now people are questioning their being here or whatever.
No, I don't think so.
But
I
honestly don't get into fights or anything like that, and that was like the closest I've ever been to actually losing control of myself. I'm usually very, very good about, you know, being on an even keel and not overreacting to things. So it's not normal. That's not a normal situation.
Sure.
I mean, it's not every day that you're like out there camping and having a good old time.
It's also not every day you bleed from a rock being thrown at your face.
Yeah, and then like I felt my tooth wiggle a little bit, like it was loose. Thank God it didn't come out because I would have lost it if he had knocked my tooth out. But
that would have been, because that's like expensive too to get that repaired.
Oh yeah. I would have lost it on him if that was a thing. But yeah, I still have a scar on my lip from that, but either way. Nah, scars are character. Yeah. I got lots of character.
Yeah,
Squall says he's a Mac boy. Yeah.
A Mac boy.
That's like, phew.
That'll do it, yeah. There's not a whole lot on there. Or not a whole lot that they can run unless you have one of the older Mac Pros. Let's go fight Malthael.
Well, I remember when Dennis first started doing PC gaming, and I was like, "Yay, we can play games together!" And then he's like, "I have a Mac. We can play 2 games." I found 2 games that I own that you can play. That's co-op. So
the only thing I ever used to play on my Mac, my last job, I had a MacBook Pro that I was given. And I used to play Counter-Strike on it, because I used to be really into Counter-Strike. I don't play as much anymore, but I remember there was a major tournament in Columbus about 1.5 years ago, I want to say. It may have been 2 years ago at this point, that I went to, and that was a lot of fun. But trying to play Counter-Strike on a Mac in a hotel that is filled with people all trying to play Counter-Strike is a horrible experience.
I can imagine so.
Well, the problem with it is that
So-
Macs have like this mouse smoothing that is really difficult to turn off. Like, so it's like a built-in acceleration, and that
Yeah.
ruins your muscle memory, especially for something like Counter-Strike. And so it's like everyone in this hotel is trying to play Counter-Strike because they're all there for this tournament, and I'm trying to play Counter-Strike on a bad control setup at like sort of 60 frames a second on my Mac.
Yeah, that's no bueno. No
Yeah,
bueno.
I didn't do very well. But it was still a fun time. It was really cool to like get to see all the pros in person. It's like, oh, they're real people.
Yeah, I hear that.
It also had the weirdest selection of like things you can buy. So like, how you go to a sporting event and you can buy like jerseys and foam fingers and shit like that. There was a booth there that sold team jerseys, hoodies, RAM, and SSDs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was so funny.
But yeah. Well, I'm sure, especially now with the rise of esports, which I know I talk about too much on the level. Probably, I'm sure people are sick of me talking about it, but it just kind of fascinates me because it's like, it's been a thing where, Gary and Cole have talked about on shows, and people have talked about in the Slack about how sports really are nerdy in a lot of ways. Like people who watch sports, it's really a lot of similarity. There's a lot of similarity to other things which are considered nerdy, even though the culture, the cultural expectation of it is different. And so, esports is like the weird mixture thing where it's kind of bringing the two worlds colliding together in some ways. Not obviously not 100%, but especially with stuff like when I talked about the Boston Celtics, I keep on wanting to say Celtics because that's how I say it, but anyway, that team, the Boston team buying esports, starting their own esports team or something like that's kind of interesting because they're actually getting players to be their competitors. So
what I will say is I was never really into sports as a child or as an adult or anything.
Yeah.
I did not understand sports until I got into esports.
Yeah, there you go. And that makes sense. And the thing is that that also
we have a death.
I don't see it yet, so
Ulrich has died. Malthael was a mistake. I thought I was strong enough for him. Oh no.
Especially not when I'm talking to you about shit on the thing. So yeah, okay, now I see you died.
Yeah, I was at full health.
Yeah.
He one-shot me with that attack. I knew Malthael was tough, but I thought I could take him.
Are you saying mouthfeel?
Malthael. He is
Okay.
he's the angel of death.
I'm just like mouthfeel. Okay.
That's 25 to the fund. We'll donate at the end of the stream, and now we have to start over.
Oops.
That's not your fault. That's my fault. I shouldn't have taught Malthael. There he is. You'll see his ghost here in a second. He survived.
Yeah, the people in the chat are totally on board with the mouthfeel thing. It's fucking
Mouthfeel. The mouthfeel of Malthael is not good. Boo Ray. That's a good way to put it, Zombie. I like that. Boo Ray. All right, well, Skeet Ulrich is no longer with us. I think that time is off. I've played him longer than 34 minutes.
R.I.P.
All right. Well,
Mouthfeel is next character name. Yeah,
Mouthfeel? All right, it's Mouthfeel. Do we want to do another Necromancer, or do we want to try someone else?
Do something else. We've already seen a Necro.
Let's see.
Thanatos the Blessed has popped in just in time for tragedy. Hi, Thanatos.
Mouthfeel is Neo Security's next album. Let's do a Crusader. Crusader is my favorite class.
He
So
looks
let's
like a
have some fun with
square.
him.
I mean, like a physical square.
He
Like,
does look like a square. The female Crusader is just a smaller square.
Oh, okay.
with a bit more head and neck. The male crusader has no neck.
Oh, and we missed talking about it, but Squall said he has 69 games in his Steam list.
I guess you can't buy any more games, Squall. You're done.
Well, he can go up to 169, as long as it ends in 69.
I guess you're right. You have to buy games in 100 chunks. Looks like we also have someone interested in a monk. Inkwell would like to see Mouthfeel the Monk. So we'll do a monk.
That sounds good.
Mouthfeel the Monk. Hardcore seasonal. Let's do it. All right, let's bump this up, and let's do our first little routine of getting our gear.
That is a prodigious beard.
It is a nice beard.
At least from what I see, anyway. I don't know if you've changed it since I've seen it.
No, you cannot customize them. They are just as they are.
Oh, well, I didn't know if you might have switched over to female since, whatever, like you were clicking between stuff.
Oh, no, yeah, I kept him as a male. Let's grab... Oh, no, we don't want the bow. We want the spear.
Yeah, because remember, what I see on the screen is...
Oh, yeah, it's 20 seconds behind.
Yeah. So I only just saw you show off your monk dude in his very awesome loinclothy thing or whatever.
We don't have a Magda bounty or a Zoltan cool bounty, so we'll remake the game. Yep.
Yeah, so I've never played a Diablo ever, any Diablo. It was just not a thing that I have ever played.
We have Magda. We'll do Magda. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I've always been a fan of action RPGs.
Were they on PC or did I just miss something on console?
No, they've always been on PC. Diablo 3 was the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be why, because I only got into playing anything on PC when I got Morrowind, and that was the only thing I played for a long time. So I just really didn't ever get into PC games until I got onto Steam.
Yeah, the first real one that was ever on console was Diablo 3. Diablo 2 was huge for a while, and still is, you could say, in some circles. And...
Well, Zombie Chocobo says that Diablo was on, PS1 or
was
something.
Was it? I did not know that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Apparently. I trust Zombie Chocobo. I did not know that. That's cool.
Things I did not know. Well, it was probably not available for rent in the places that I was renting games from back when renting games was a thing you could do.
I remember that.
Physical location.
Back in my N64 games, that's how I played most of my games. I would go and rent them. I essentially begged my parents to let me go to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video and rent video games.
Fun fact, my first job, other than working with my dad for his remodeling business, was in Hollywood Video as, a manager type person. So
that's cool.
So yeah, I worked in Hollywood Video.
Yeah, that's when we always went to. I remember... It's funny, because the games I have the most fond memories of are games that no one has played and I have never heard of since. I remember...
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, go. Tell me.
It was this, bowling game. It was called Marvin's Mystery Lane. I don't know if anyone's ever played it, because it was not good, but, 10-year-old me, that was my shit.
That's pretty awesome. I can't say that I've ever seen or heard of that before. But yeah, I remember back in my Hollywood Video days, that was when I was a freshman in college, and so I was working full-time and going to school full-time, which was so rough. And I remember renting an N64 because I didn't actually own an N64 until way later when it was very retro console. And I remember that was the way that I played Pokemon Stadium. And
Oh yeah.
I rented an N64 and I rented Pokemon Stadium and I played the shit out of that. And, you know, like, it was funny because my boyfriend at the time got really mad at me because I kept on beating his ass really badly in that game. Like, apparently I'm very good at the old Pokemon Stadium, or I was anyway. So, yeah, that was a thing that happened. And I remember when I was playing it, I want to say I used Kabutops, and I know that network-wide, nobody likes Kabutops except for probably me. But you know, that was why I liked him, is because I beat the shit out of everybody in Pokemon Stadium with Kabutops. So
Yeah, I remember those old Pokemon Stadium games. I loved those as a kid. Those were fantastic.
well, and then what it did is it triggered me going and playing like the Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, which I got on my Game Boy Advance. And I just played the fuck out of that game. And it's just like, you know, a reskin of you know, whatever puzzle game, but still.
The 3D mode for Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, my child brain was not enough to take that. I could not play that. Like, I don't know if you remember that, but it was like where instead of like a 2D plane that you had to swap the blocks around, it was like a cylinder, and you had to rotate around the cylinder. Couldn't do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was one of the things that I remember the most about working at Hollywood Video, was basically renting stuff for free and having about 2 minutes around everything else I was doing at the time to play games. But I would go into Game Crazy and dream about games quite a bit, because, you know, they were sister companies and everything. And that's actually how I ended up coming across Azure Dreams, which is, you know, one of my ongoing favorite games that has been represented already in this stream. And basically what it was is I went to Game Crazy and I saw the cover for Azure Dreams, and I'm like, that looks like a game I probably would like. And I look at it and I'm skeptical. Art's real weird because, like, it looks like everybody just kind of, basically all the characters have really big mouths, and then they look basically in the art book anyway, as if somebody just took some lipstick and just kind of smeared it in general in a direction, like as if they were in a car, in the back of the car, and the car was going real fast and like making turns and shit, and then they were just like trying to put on their lipstick and fucking failed. or
That's pretty much it.
Drunk as shit, and it's just everywhere. And so I'm like, I don't know, but it looks like a dungeony fantasy type thing. I'm probably gonna like it. And then I started playing it, and man, the intro is just the tutorial is so slow and boring, and so I didn't know if I was gonna make it, but I did. And then after I got past the tutorial and got into the actual gameplay, it was so fun that I just, you know, got addicted to that game, and that was like the game I played along with Digimon Card Battle throughout all of like my college years. And then I added Capcom vs. SNK and Capcom vs. SNK 2. I did play Marvel vs. Capcom as well, but that was not as well balanced as you know, Capcom vs. SNK. So anyway,
Yeah, I had actually
lots
never heard
video
of.
games.
I had never heard of Azure Dreams until the stream last night when I was watching it. It actually looks right up my alley because I love those mystery dungeon-esque games. I just love how the movement works.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering why these enemies are so hard. I'm an idiot. I'm still an expert. I was like, why are these guys so much tougher on Monk than on Necro? I'm still an expert.
And just to throw this out there, I was on an episode of PlayStation Power talking about Azure Dreams, if you want to hear more about it. So PlayStation Power, there was an episode, I don't know when, sorry, where I was on there talking about Azure Dreams. And next month, I'm going to be guesting to talk about Lunar, which is another one of my favorite games.
Oh, awesome.
So, you know, you'll hear me a couple of times talk about all that.
That's sweet.
Oh, and yeah, Eric Crow was worried about cursing before. That's funny. I am a curse box, especially when I'm playing games or just kind of hanging out with people. I try to curb how much I curse when I'm on the level, but yeah, like if you're just talking to me, I probably am just going to be laid back and cursing left and right. Sorry if that's offending people. Let me know. I will stop.
I will say I was until I heard you the other night. I was like not sure what the rating of the stream should be. I'm like, should I be G-rated, PG? And now I'm like, oh, well, now I fucking understand.
Well, no. If you got the chance, okay. The reason why I'm not streaming is, well, first off, I'm going to be on Gary and Cole and Jeremy tomorrow doing the tabletop thing, but also my internet cuts out really bad here, and so you can hear it on the level all the time how skippy my audio gets. That's we've had people come out. We've tried to get it repaired. We have tried to do whatever, but like it's just our lines in this area are very old, and so that's the best internet we've got.
Yeah.
But because of that, that means that when I try to stream, because I did stream BioShock at some point, all of that game, and I was streaming Dishonored 2 a little bit during Duck Spring, but it's skippy. It kind of goes in and out. But yeah, if you watched any of that Dishonored stream or go back and look at the archive for that, I am a curse box. I have fun when I'm doing this thing, and I will just be like, yeah, oh my god, look at that fucking guy! I'm gonna fucking murder your ass. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I have to be careful at work because like my old job was pretty much like say whatever the hell you want. My new job's very like professional. I'm just like, oh shoot. Let's see. We didn't wing this guy up. We need to wing this guy. Let's give him mercy wings.
Wings. I have wings. That works.
See, these mercy wings are really weird when he doesn't have a shirt on. It looks like they're grafted to his skin.
I have wings that are grafted to my skin because they're tattoos. But I in a minute or two, I'll actually see whatever wings you're talking about.
Yeah, these are like big metal Mercy Overwatch wings.
I see them. Okay. Gotcha.
We'll give him the Lore Master. We'll give him the Lore Master pennant. We'll give him the classic Diablo frame, and we'll get Grunk back up in here. Because Grunk is my friend.
You're getting grunky with it.
I'm getting grunky with it. He's a little baby Siege Master, and he's kind of adorable. In like an ugly cute kind of way, like those Funko Pops.
Yeah, Funko Pops.
I will admit, there are some Funko Pops that I think are awesome, but in general, it's like, these are interesting.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I had a couple of them, and I ended up just, like, finally giving them away recently. But they just have these blank, dead eyes.
It
dead,
really...
like, their souls. And so I'm not interested in having them. They're kind of cute, but, like, I don't need them to sit on my shelf and collect dust with all the other, like, shit from special editions of games that sits on my shelf that I don't, do anything with. It just kind of collects dust. So
I always try and be careful with that because the apartment I used to live in was like, when I say the size of a postage stamp, I'm not kidding. Like, it was 375 square feet, give or take, and there was 2 of us in it. So
yeah.
I had no room for anything fun. Like, if it was not like, if it couldn't fit in a drawer, we weren't allowed to have it. And so even though now we have a much nicer apartment, I'm like always careful about buying like little trinkets like that. Like, I love them, but I'm like, what if I run out of room?
Well, here's the thing. My special editions of games, I didn't buy them. It's because people are like, you really love Guild Wars! I'm going to get you the special edition. So I have this big metal box, that has the map on the outside of it. And I've got this huge Ritlock figure that's ginormous and whatever. And I've got, like, the Skyrim special edition. So I've got, like, the huge Alduin the World Eater and stuff. And, yeah. And yeah, Squall, I'm with you. Taking your trinkets to work. I used to have a lot of that stuff on my desk at work. But I work remotely these days, 4 out of 5 days a week. So I don't want to leave it up there because, like, the cleaning people have absconded with some people's stuff sometimes. And so I don't want to leave my stuff up there anymore.
Yeah, it's understandable.
I'm really not even up there like enough to even know and say anything to management, if it became an issue right away. Like I'd be like a week before I got back there. So, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's funny. I mean, like I sit there and I'm like, yeah, but all they do is collect dust or whatever. And I'll give them to somebody, but I don't want the cleaning people to take them. That doesn't make any sense. I really should just take them to work and let whatever happens happen and just see what happens, but whatever. If I took all of the like giant figures that I've got, though, yeah, that would be a bit much. I mean, the giant dragon on the desk, I think my boss might be like, okay, that's unprofessional. Please take that off. But
the one collector's edition I regret not buying was Nier Automata. I did not expect to just like fall in love with that game as much as I did.
See, lots of people tell me about this thing, and I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, someday I'll play it. Even if I end up with a copy of the game, it will be on my backlog for a while. So,
Yeah, for sure.
But what was in the special edition for that?
There was a really cool figure, and it was like the black box edition. It was a figure of, I want to say it was 2B with like her token sword, and I'm like, I kind of want that. I have to say, Inkwell put in the chat, has anyone seen the Mrs. Potts Funko Pop? That thing is the stuff of nightmares. If you haven't seen it, just like open another tab and Google it. Google it. It is the stuff of nightmares. There's actually two. They released one a while ago, and they released one for the new Beauty and the Beast movie. And I forget which one is the most terrifying, but like I could not have that in my house if I could see it while I was sleeping. Because I wouldn't be able to sleep.
That is pretty fucking creepy. Okay.
I know, right? It's horrible.
That's pretty great. Like I said, those dead eyes. I mean, there is a great indication of exactly what I'm talking about.
And somehow they're worse when they're on like a normally inanimate object.
Yeah. Oh man, that's pretty great. So yeah, like sometimes if there's a special edition and it has like little trinkets, I'm cool with it. Like apparently what was it, Morrowind or Oblivion had a special edition where the extra thing they put in there was basically just like one of the septims, one of the coins from the game, and that's pretty much it. And I was like, oh, that's cool. It's not a fucking figure. Great, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, that stuff is actually pretty neat. Like when I went to that Counter-Strike major, I got a pin from like that's in the game, and I got a physical version of it. Cool. That was pretty cool, and it's like, sweet, this is cool. I can stick it in a drawer and never worry about it again.
Yeah. Well, and then it's like, and then you can take it out every once in a while, or happen across it and go, oh, I forgot I had this. This is really cool, and then put it back in your drawer.
Exactly.
So, but it's a lot easier to store and move around. It's kind of like in the Lunar 2 Working Designs version that came out on PlayStation 1. It wasn't a special edition. The box just literally came with a bunch of stuff in it, like an omake box that had a bunch of little standees and a cloth map and a full color hardcover instruction manual. But one of the things that was in there was a replica of Lucia's pendant, Lucia being one of the main characters in the game. And so that was really cool. And that, I actually have a fun story about that. That was how I met my friend Ben. When I was in college, Ben was somebody else's friend, and he was just like wandering around in the studio, and here's me doing my thing and not really paying attention to whoever this guy was. But then I looked up and I noticed that he had Lucia's pendant on, and I was like, oh, Lunar, you know who that is. Yeah, cool. And then we just like bonded and then became friends. So, and I know him to this day.
It is really neat how those minor things can just like instantly bond two people.
Yeah.
Of course I can't think of an example in my own life, but it's happened before, where it's just like you see someone and they like a thing that you like and you instantly connect on this primal level practically.
Yeah, that's cool. Patches says that Lightning Returns had a functional watch in its limited edition, so that's cool.
A functional watch?
Of course, like I don't know very many people who use watches unless they're like Apple watches or something, you know, like mine is a heart rate monitor. So whatever. But that's still cool.
Yeah, it's like the watch space in current times has gotten really weird. It's like used to people would wear like, you know, they're like Casio watches, or if you were a real cool kid, you wore a Casio calculator watch. But now it's like there's no middle ground. You either wear an Apple Watch or you wear like some ridiculous $1,200 Rolex, and that's it. Other than that, you just don't wear a watch.
Well, Patches says that it's a pocket watch, actually, so that's cool. Of course, I don't know. I know even less people who wear pocket watches. And if they have a pocket watch, they probably also have a utilikilt.
A utilikilt. Okay.
Seriously, the only people that I have seen that have a watch either have like a prodigious mustache and a fucking top hat on their head, or they have like a utilikilt. Those are the only people I've ever seen out in the world with a pocket watch. So
there's only one place in my life I've ever seen a utilikilt, and that is at a board game and like tabletop gaming convention I go to every year called Gen Con. It's like the official Gen Con uniform is a fez and a utilikilt. That's it.
There you go.
And you just see a bunch of like just, you know, guys in like their 20s and 30s walking around in fezzes and utilikilts, like pulling out like Magic the Gathering decks. And I'm not hating, by the way. I fucking love Magic the Gathering. I used to play that game like crazy. But nonetheless, it's a bunch of guys in fezzes and utilikilts playing Magic.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that you can laugh at, you know, some of like the tropes of the culture without actually laughing at the culture itself. You can just be like, oh, come on now, guys. You know, like whatever. There is like a required dress that I didn't know about. It's kind of like I've cracked the joke before. In Slack there is lots of talk about beards and beard maintenance and whatever because a lot of the people have beards, right? And so at one point in the Slack, everybody was talking about DuckCon and everybody was talking about their beards. And so I'm just like, I feel left out. I don't have a beard. If there is a DuckCon, I'm going to have to wear a fake beard so that I can fit in. Because I don't have a beard. Like, that's like required for entry, apparently. So, and actually when I got to meet Gary and Cole over in Austin for the Classic Game Fest last year, I got Autumn, Jeremy's wife, to, you know, go in with me, and both of us got fake beards, and we put them on during the live show they were doing, so that we could fit in with them and have beards, because it was BeardCon, mini DuckCon at Classic Game Fest. So.
Was it like one of those knit like hats that has a dwarf beard on it? Because I've always wanted one of those. It's like I don't have a need to because I have my own facial hair, but I still have an unnatural desire to have like a knit like medieval helmet with a dwarf beard knitted onto it.
Oh, and by the way, in the chat there is this debate about whether or not a cell phone is a pocket watch. Ranger, I'm with you. It's a pocket watch. So.
Yeah, I would have to agree. A cell phone is basically a pocket watch. There's not a whole lot of reason to carry a pocket watch if you have a cell phone. They serve the same purpose.
Yeah, that's a thing. Only the cell phone or the Apple Watch or the whatever serves more purpose. So why do double work there, you know? I'm going to pull out my pocket watch to check the time, but then I'm going to pull out my phone to do everything else.
See, I pulled out my pocket watch to check my time. My smartwatch says I have an email, so now I need to pull out my cell phone too.
Right? No thanks. Yeah, that's a thing. You know, speaking of watches, for Lunar, I was such a freak for those games when they were coming out. I was such a big fan of them that there was a limited edition watch, you know, regular watch that came out for Lunar 2 when it was going on sale. And I loved the game so much that I like begged my mom to get this thing, because I was like, I don't know, 14 or something. And I saved up all this money to like go buy this watch, and I still have it somewhere. Not that I ever use it, but I do have it. But yeah, that was actually also Lunar 2 was the first game I ever pre-ordered in my life. So
I do not remember what the first game I ever pre-ordered was. That's a tough one.
Well, I had already, just to explain a little bit, the reason why I knew I really wanted that game is because I had a Sega CD and I played the original versions of it, and then I had already gotten the remake on PlayStation 1 of the first game. So when the remake of the second game came out, then I was like, yes, I'm pre-ordering this thing. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on what was the first game I pre-ordered.
That's
I
fine.
can't think of it.
Shedra in chat says Lunar had the best collector editions. It wasn't a collector's edition, dude. It was the regular release. It's just that the Working Designs released it like that as if it were a special edition. So they did not have an option to buy the game without all the extras. So that's just part and parcel of what they were doing with it. And that's part of why I really liked Working Designs as a company. They took some artistic license with the translation when they were trying to, localize it, but that was, again, to localize it and get it to where people could enjoy the game, understanding their own culture rather than, the jokes that they wouldn't get from overseas. And it was to the point that they did such a good job on it that there were people over in Japan buying the American version of the game if they were a big fan of it, so that they could have that edition and listen to all the English audio and have that version of the game with all the extra stuff that worked put into it. So it was pretty cool.
Let's see here.
Oh, thank you, Paul Thacker, for donating.
Paul donated. Let's see here. Oh, Paul Thacker donated $20. Thank you so much, Paul. We very much appreciate you.
Okay, I don't know what mouthfeel.
Yeah, Zombie, you missed a death. I made the mistake of fighting Mouthfeel at about level 22, 24 or so. I thought I could take him. It was only on hard, but he actually one-shot me with his dashing attack. And Jala kept saying, "Are you saying mouthfeel?" And then, of course, everyone went crazy and said, "Nope. Mouthfeel is the new character name." So yes, Skeet Ulrich is dead.
Well, that's a thing that I do, but I mishear things, or if I hear something, because you'll hear me on the level sometimes where I'll just start giggling. It's because my brain went somewhere else. Either whatever somebody said triggered a memory of something else that is making me laugh, or I misheard whatever the hell it was. So, and I'm trying not to interrupt the flow of the conversation, so I'm just over there like.
Oh, that's the worst when you someone says something important that you have to hear to continue the conversation. You're like, "What?" They say it again, you still don't hear it. "What?" And you say it again, you still don't hear it. And at that point, you're faced with a dilemma. Do you ask "what" for a third time, or do you just roll with it and answer yes or no and hope whichever one you answer with is normal? I face that dilemma.
Well, you see, here's the
often.
thing. I don't even worry about that because, well, I don't know what that says about me, but anyway, I don't worry about that. You hear me on the level a lot. There are times where I'm just like, I don't know. And if I'm saying I don't know, one of several things is happening. One, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So I am just like, okay, no frame of reference. I don't know what you're talking about. Or I'm saying I don't know because I got distracted by something and somebody's talking for a while. My eyes glaze over and I don't know what's going on anymore. So that's also a possibility. That doesn't happen as often. But usually if that happens, it's because people are talking about something that, again, I have no frame of reference for, and they are talking to each other, and it does not seem as if I will be included in this conversation, so there's really no place for me to insert myself, so I kind of glaze over and I'm doing something else. Like looking in the App Store and then interrupting Cole. So...
Yeah, I've definitely been there before, where it's just no one's talking to me, so I'm bored now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. And I feel bad sometimes because sometimes when one of the guys is talking about a game and then say for example Ben, let's talk about Ben. I love Ben to death. He is a sweetheart. I don't have a lot of crossover between games that I play and a lot of the games that he plays, and so a lot of times I don't have anything to say and I don't know what to ask because I don't know. I don't know anything about what he's talking about. So that kind of leaves me like not really interacting with Ben on the podcast very often, which makes me very sad. And I try, but there's only just so much I can do. So, you know. So I'm sorry. I it's not that I try to ignore people. I just don't know what to say sometimes.
I understand that.
Oh, and David D. Poole says, don't back down. Ask what for that third time. My mama didn't raise a quitter.
Yeah, that was mostly like a high school thing for me. At this point, it's like, I'm an adult. I don't give a shit anymore. If people can think I'm deaf. But when you're in high school, it's like scary. You're like, what are they going to think if I ask what for a third time? Let's see here. We're back in campaign mode now because we have to get Leoric's crown, and we did not get an early drop this time. At least not yet.
And yeah, that's true. Rocket League, and that is 50% of it right there. Well, the thing is I did play Rocket League for a brief minute. Somebody gave me the game, and I played for a little bit. But here's the thing, like in that game, and for anybody who wasn't listening to the level at that time or skipped those episodes or whatever when I actually talked about playing that game, I don't really play competitive games very much. I'm not really my jam. So, and I really don't play car games very much or sports games. And so,
so you've got all 3 in 1 right there.
And it's like, here's the thing: I will play anything. I will try it. You know, I will give it a shot. But I was playing this thing, and by the time I got it, and I actually started playing with people, everybody else had already been way into it for a while, and they were like in a group, and they had their thing down, and they knew what they were doing, you know? And here's me, and I'm like the asshole who's like, what? I fucking forgot what button does what, you know? And so I just kind of was, my role eventually was just like chaos maker. I would just go around and just confuse the shit out of people, and every once in a while I would do something really, really useful, but mostly my whole point and purpose was to, you know, run interference and interfere with everybody, and that's fine. That's a good role for me in a game like that, because that keeps me entertained, and then I don't have to worry about not knowing how to make the car flip and do awesome magical moves to get the ball into. So
I really enjoy Rocket League, but I cannot shake the feeling of feeling like a fish out of water whenever I play that game.
Yeah. Inkwell also has her back. Rocket League is hard to feel confident at. Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why, like, I just don't. I don't make it a point to remember that I have Overwatch. Like, I have it. My mom bought it for me so I could play it with people, and that was very sweet of her because I was telling her everybody else was into this game. But at this point, everybody has played that game for so long. It's like, oh god, I don't even know if I want to even open it up. I really don't know what's going on. So, yeah.
I am a big Overwatch fan personally. I've got way too many hours in that game.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Like, you guys know what you're doing, and so like I pop in there and I'm like, what button did what? Oh my god! Like, I would be that person that you would just want to smack. Like, I would probably want to smack me. So I don't want to play with anybody else and have them deal with that. So
what I will say about Overwatch is there are a lot of characters that are easier to pick up than you think. Like, you could easily get put on like Mercy or even Soldier and be effective despite not knowing like the intricacies of the game. It's not like, I mean, yeah, there are some characters that are damn near impossible to play, but like, I mean, Soldier, he's basically your Call of Duty shoot stuff guy, and that's really all there is to him. And he's good too. So it's a very accessible game, and I like how Blizzard designed it to where they have heroes that are very accessible to new players and very familiar to people who have played other shooters, and heroes that are very unique to their weird mashup genre of like hero-based, class-based shooter.
Yeah, we'll see if like just hero-based, class-based shooter or team arena shooter or any of that stuff I don't really play. So that's why it's like, man, this is,
and that's fair.
Kind of like, But yeah, the type of character I would probably want to play, because the one thing I did do was jump in there and then test out all the characters in like the tutorial area or what. And I would be most interested, not so surprisingly, for anybody who knows my history with shooting games, with the sniper person. So I would like to snipe a fool. I like a sniper thing. But that's not really like, in that kind of a game, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I might even, if I were to play it and try out some of the other classes, I might find something else I would prefer for that particular game. But I don't know. I would just have to get into it.
Yeah, all those games that are... The thing about, like, Overwatch 2 is... Quick play is totally fine for playing by yourself, but I just will not play competitive unless I have a full group. Not because, like, everyone on there is a horrible person, but there's enough that it's just like... You know, after work, I really don't feel like dealing with people who care way too much.
Yeah. And that's kind of part of it. Well, right now, let me also clarify, part of the reason I haven't played like anything on my PC recently is because the heat index today is 108. And
Ooh.
my office, I've explained this before on the podcast, but my office is not very well insulated. It's a separate building, and it has a little window AC unit that it doesn't keep up with the heat because all of the heat or all the cool air escapes because of the lack of insulation. So it's basically a hot box, and I sweat no matter how high I turn on the AC. I am sweating in the afternoon. And so I don't like having to sit out there and work every day, sweating my ass off for half of the day. I really don't want to go out there and then also sweat my ass off playing a video game. I'd rather just pick up something on my Vita and play that indoors where, you know, like inside my actual house proper, which has real insulation.
Yeah,
So.
no, back when I used to live with my parents...
Abyss Odyssey! I'll play it with you! Let's do the thing! Well, maybe not this weekend, but let's do the thing! I'm Jala-chan in places. You can find me there. Are we friends? If we're not friends, you should be my friend. Like on Steam, that is. I'm replying to Ranger in chat.
Ranger in chat is... Let's see here. Sorry, I'm focusing on a treasure goblin.
Is talking about Abyss Odyssey. He said that he tried co-oping it with a friend last week and did not get very far. Part of that's going to be unlocking your skills. I would say when you get to about level 5 or 6 is when you start getting enough skills that it gets a little bit easier. But the game is hard. It's not an easy game to begin with. You kind of have to get the flow and the kind of tactics of it. But yeah, if you've played a little bit and you've gotten in through level 5 or 6 and you're still having trouble, that would be a thing where maybe you want to like literally play the game with somebody like me or somebody else who's played it a little bit, who can run you through a little bit further and give you tips as you go. Because I mean, the thing about that game is that it is randomly generated too, and so to be you die and then you go back and replay over and over again, something a little bit different every time, but your scenarios that you come up against are going to be different each time. My favorite scenario for that game was still when I was playing with Tanner, and we got to a really, really high level, and there was one place that you could jump on this giant pit, like one little platform that you could jump onto. And there was one of those wampum blocks, because they have wampum blocks like Mario, except this thing had spikes on every fucking side. So you could not be touched by this wampum block, and it was right over it. And it's like, okay, that's not cool. Because, like, I want to say at the time, we were on... in that game, you play as 2 characters, and then when those characters die, you have like an auxiliary character, like a random soldier guy that picks up where that person left off. So you have a chance to resurrect your original, more badass character if you can survive long enough with a soldier person to get to like a waypoint or whatever. And at that point, I want to say one or both of us was using the soldier guy, who doesn't have as good, and it cannot jump as easily or as far. So it's a very precise jump that we had to do with a wampum block. and we died. and we were like really close to getting to the bottom of the dungeon, so it was so sad. Anyway, it's great. I like that game.
I've actually never heard of Abyss Odyssey. It's I gather. Oh, what have I done?
Well, that surprises me. But also, you should listen to the level episodes when I've rambled about it. I don't remember when I rambled about it. It might have been before your time.
Yeah, I've been fairly new to the. I joined the Slack about 4 or 5 months ago, I want to say.
Oh yeah, I probably played this a long time. I have no concept of when I played anything, so it was probably a long time ago. But yeah, it's a good game. It's fun. We should play the game. Everybody, we should play the game. It's great.
Yeah, I have a long backlog of Duckfeed podcasts to go through, just like I have a long Steam backlog.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens.
Yeah,
and I'm not like, oh, you bad person, you didn't listen to the episode.
No, I didn't take it like that. You're fine.
Nah.
Let's see.
You never managed to resurrect. Ooh, that's rough. You might not have gotten to, like, sometimes the random generation is a problem, but not really. I mean, it's more about you just have to get enough skills unlocked and all that nonsense to be able to survive long enough to get there. And so it'll take a little while before you get to that point. But anyway, yeah, like Abyss Odyssey, to explain to people who haven't... I may not be very good at explaining this. But it is, procedurally generated dungeon crawling thing, roguelike type whatever, where character, like I said, has a bunch of different moves. It's sort of fighting game-ish. It's sort of brawler feeling, because basically when you have enemies that show up on the screen, they are very often in a group. You've got, like, I don't know, anywhere from 2 to 5 enemies on a screen at a time, and then it'll lock in place where you have to beat those enemies before you can continue on to the next section. And it's not all enemies, but there's definitely times where it locks into basically fighting game mode, and you just have to do this thing. The cool elements that they add in there, I mean, they've got neato abilities, and the different characters have different abilities that you unlock. But then there are floors where you end up playing a random creature, and like one of the enemies that you fight in this dungeon. And if you can survive the onslaught of a bunch of other things coming at you with this random creature with that creature's abilities, because each one of these creatures has, its own special attacks and everything, then you get a token for that creature, so you can toggle between your main guy and then that monster and have 2 separate health bars and move sets. And like I said, when your main guy dies, you also have a soldier backup guy that you also play at some time. So like you end up learning a lot of different moves and a lot of different styles of play as you go through the game. You can also end up getting camp tokens, which are basically save points where even if you die somewhere lower in the dungeon, if you have set up a camp token at one of the camp locations, you can resurrect there once. And if you have another, if you buy another camp token and, set it up somewhere, then you can resurrect again. Otherwise, you just die and start at the beginning again. So, I mean, like, there are options. It is a little bit more flexible than just a random procedurally generated roguelike. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It has a lot of variety to it, and like you can buy items from a guy who shows up at different parts in the dungeon, and you can select your path. And there are, easy, moderate, and hard levels, and sometimes very hard if I'm not mistaken. There's bosses. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
I
that
like
does
it.
sound interesting. I'll have to find the episode of the level where you talked about that and listen to that, and then go try the game out for myself.
Yeah, well, I definitely recommend playing it with a person. Again, like if you want to play this game, ping me on Slack or on Twitter or something. We will find a time to play this game because I like this game and I keep it installed on my computer just in case somebody asks me to play. So
That's fun, yeah.
I will play it.
Our monk here is going along pretty well. We're getting pretty close to the Skeleton King fight, where we'll get our guaranteed Leoric's crown.
Woo woo! What's that? I don't know. If you said earlier, I wasn't paying attention.
You're fine.
I walked away. Sorry.
It was so it's a helmet that has a guaranteed ability that makes it so the gem socket in that helmet is a certain percentage more effective, anywhere from like about 75 to 90% more effective. And if we put a ruby in our helmet, we get bonus experience. So that just gives us even more experience.
I remember you talking about a ruby for some reason or other, and that's about all about that. Other than, like, I made some kind of pithy comment about I have head slots too or something.
Yeah, it's good for leveling up quick. Which we're making some good progress. We should catch up to the late Skeet Ulrich here soon. May God rest his soul.
Mouthfeel is here to save the day.
Mouthfeel is your successor. Ooh, we got another legendary weapon. We've been getting a lot of legendary weapons this run.
That's great.
Except this one's bad. Oh well.
What is that thing? I'm
It
just now seeing it. What was that thing?
It is-
died.
It's coming back up. It's the giant monster. He's just a guy in a door, blocking
No.
a tomb.
A guy in a door. He's just a guy in a door. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he died
Well,
too
that's-
quick for us to really get to learn anything
Yeah.
about him.
Yeah. Well, I was just, he looked pretty impressive, and then he wasn't anymore. And that's what happened.
Yeah, I believe his model comes up later. He kind of reminds me, I don't know if you ever played WoW, but like what are they called? The guys who are all like stitched together in WoW as the amalgamations, I believe they're called. He's basically one of those guys.
That's great, because, once upon a time, I used to just, like, take whatever leftover veggies and stuff I had in my fridge and then put them in a pan and cook them together, and then that was my a breakfast amalgam. That is what I referred
Breakfast
to it as.
amalgam.
That is what I called it, and so people were like, that's not a very appetizing word, Jala. You shouldn't call it that. And I'm like, but that's what it is. It's an amalgam. It's a bunch of random shit that I had in my fridge, and I put it together and put it in the pan because I haven't gone to the grocery store, and I need to use it.
I'm gonna start referring to stir fries as amalgams now.
It is
Because
amalgam.
that's basically what they are.
That is a rice-based amalgam. That is what that is.
A rice-based amalgam.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, also, Patches says abomination. I don't know.
Oh,
if
abomination,
Patches
yeah.
is saying this in response to what Eric was saying, or if he is correcting you and going, well, actually.
He's not really well actuallying me because I asked what was it because I couldn't remember. But yes, he is referring to what they are. They're abominations.
Okay.
I suppose that also works. You could call it a breakfast abomination.
That is true. It is, in fact, an abomination. That is good. Yeah, because, like, I went vegan this year, but I used to be vegetarian, and when I was vegetarian, it was egg-based breakfast amalgam. I would just throw eggs and then whatever
Egg-based.
else I had into a pan. It was egg-based breakfast amalgam. Everybody's like, you can just call it, like, an omelet or something. I'm like, no, it's not an omelet.
I just picture this conversation. Hey guys, who wants my egg-based breakfast amalgam? Do you mean an omelet?
Yeah. It's like, no, it's not an omelet. That's not what an omelet is. Anyway.
Oh, that's funny. Let's see here. Okay. We're descending through the cathedral right now to fight Leoric the Skeleton King. I've got my monk twirly attack on, which I love. He literally just twirls his staff and you run forward and do damage.
Twirly mouth feels. I love it.
Oh man, I kind of hope this character never dies and I just keep leveling him up after the stream, and I just have mouthfeel for a little while.
Mouthfeel the immortal. Pretty great.
So far, I actually don't have any hardcore characters at 70 right now. My last 70 hardcore died a sad death.
How sad was it?
I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, I was doing a greater rift, just trying to get geared. I didn't have too much on him, but I died in the boss fight, and he was gone forever. And they were like, you were my only 70 hardcore character. This is sad now.
I'm not letting Squall anywhere near my dog because he wants to put ketchup on it.
Only on fries, dogs, and burgers.
I can't even. No, you're not putting any ketchup on my dog. So anyway. So instead of getting good, you were trying to get geared. Gotcha.
Yes, I was trying to get geared. That is basically the repeat of this game, which is one of the odd reasons that I love it so much, but you really just try and get better gear so you can kill more things. And I find it oddly relaxing. I'll come home from work, I put on some tunes, and I play Diablo for an hour or two, and that is my way to unwind. Just because you get to a point like on my Crusader where it's all muscle memory. You can kill the guys, no problem. And it's just
that reminds me of the multiplayer question that I had asked the other week. It was about what kind of inane tasks do you find yourself repeating over and over and again in video games? Either something that the game itself is trying to get you to do, like grinding or whatever, or something that you just arbitrarily decide you're going to do in this game for whatever reason. And the reason why this came up is because I listened to Obsessed podcast, which is a comedy podcast by Joseph Scrimshaw, and he has guests come on the show and they talk about whatever they're obsessed with. Well, this one guy said that he was obsessed with boring side quests, and he said some fun stories about some boring crap he would do in games. And I'm just like, okay, some of this I can feel, and some of this you were a level all unto yourself, guy. So anyway, that's a thing that came up. So yours would be kind of zenning out, kind of a thing, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Or do you have other stories of boring shit?
No, this is really it for me. Like, there's a fine line for me between boring and relaxing. And that's kind of like the point. Like when that guy was talking about it, he was more or less kind of describing that the reason why he likes to do these things, kinds of repetitive tasks or whatever, is mostly because it's comforting in a way. You have control over it. It's something you can manage. It's something you can do to de-stress and just kind of check out of and just kind of do. So, it's I think the reason that I appreciate it more out of Diablo than say like a boring side quest and like a more traditional Western RPG or JRPG is with Diablo there is a feeling of like constant progression. Like you are as you go, you are always getting better gear and you're getting slightly better at the game. Whereas like in a traditional RPG, you do a side quest, you get some type of reward, but I don't really feel like I've progressed. Because progression in those games tends to be more story and location based rather than like ability based. Or at least to a degree. Obviously there's usually like level progression, but in general you think of progression like I made it to the next point in the story.
Yeah.
Where in this the story is mostly just like the story in Diablo 3 is basically just one giant tutorial of how to play the game. The real meat of it is just playing at max level. So I think it's that the fact that I am doing like what I am supposed to do to get better at the game makes it less inane for me and makes it more of a relaxing experience.
Yeah, gotcha. So Squall had asked if my dog is a sandwich. What kind of a dog is a sandwich? Any kind
Oh
of a
no,
dog.
no,
Like
no,
a hot
not
dog-
this again. No, no, no.
A hot dog by itself is just a hot dog. You can put it in a bun, but a bun is required to make that into a sandwich-like entity. My dog does not come with a bun. Therefore, my dog is not a sandwich. So I guess my dog is safe, theoretically, from your evil Squall.
Squall, what have you done?
And yes, I know, the whole sandwich chat was a thing
I'm
on Slack
trapped.
that
Oh,
I
but this is
avoided,
bad.
But I
Okay.
saw.
Oh god. We almost had another death there. I got trapped in a corner by those 3 amalgams.
I like it.
Or abominations.
Patches. The skin is the bun for the meat inside of the dog. Okay. It is a sheath, is what it is, but whatever.
A sheath? I've never heard of a hot
Yes.
dog bun described as a sheath.
No, the skin.
The skin on your dog. I see, yes.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I've never heard of skin described as a sheath either.
Well, okay, a hot dog, a dog or a sausage or a whatever, you shove meat into an intestine. You know, well, not a hot dog anymore, but like a sausage or something like that. It is a sheath that holds meat.
I suppose that's the best way to describe it.
Yes.
No, I don't want to.
There you
I'm
go.
not encouraging this now. What am I doing?
Ed Briars says a hot dog is a taco. It is a taco. Yes. Skin is a sheath for your skeleton. Woohoo!
I am no longer going to encourage the discussion of whether or not a hot dog is a sandwich, a taco, a sheath, whatever.
We can move on from that. So, do you do anything that you would consider boring in games? Let's go back to that. That's a thing that we can talk about.
Do I do anything I would consider boring? Like,
Yeah.
in general, like, or that games require me to do?
That you, like, do you repeatedly find yourself doing a boring thing in a game? That you are just like, I'm doing this thing again. Whatever it is.
Yeah, inventory management is one for sure. I find myself doing that way too often. But I also do it obsessively to a degree. Because if I don't have my inventory managed and organized, I feel... It makes me anxious almost, like, to be looking for an item, and I have this fear that I will lose a rare item due to my inventory not being properly organized.
The best example I have of that is playing Resident Evil with the case.
I was about to say the exact same thing. That case, like...
well, here's the... Yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that in that game, the thing that drove my boyfriend at that time insane was that when I started, like, I watched him play the game, and then when I started playing the game afterwards, because it was funny, during the quick time events and stuff, like the few that there are in that game, he could not do them to save his life, so he would hand me the controller and I would do it for him. And anyway, like, at some point or other, like, I started playing the game on my own while he was, like, he would get up and go to the bathroom, and I'd just pick it up and start fucking around with it. And so I just started sniping fish or something. And he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm sniping fish. And the same shit happened when I played some of Metal Gear Solid 3. He was playing the game, and then he got up and wandered off for some reason. And while he was away, I got bored, and I started picking it up, and I was messing with it. And then I started, crawling around in the grass and, like, sneaking up on fools and, hunting for critters, and I don't know whatever the hell else I was doing. Just something completely random in there, not anything consequential. And he's just like, what the shit are you doing? And so, like, at some point when I was playing Resident Evil on my own, I was just, like, spending all this time sniping fish. And he's like, what are you doing? And then he's like, you don't even have any place in your inventory. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. I will get them. I will get them.
Resident Evil 4 is my fiance's favorite game, and she is an absolute master at that. Like, I don't know she's played it through probably 20 or 30 times at this point.
Yeah.
And it is impressive to watch her play it, because she just knows that game completely inside and out. She's thanking me in the background because I'm talking her up on stream.
Yeah, the first time I played Resident Evil was after I'd seen, that boyfriend go through it. And same thing with Metal Gear. I started Metal Gear after that, that particular guy had played through, and then I was like, I want to play this game. And so I did. And I will give him props for this. Like, up until that point, and basically any guy that I had dated was one of those guys who was like, super over the shoulder, trying to tell me how to play the game, not letting me just fucking play the game.
Yeah,
kind of irritating as hell. People that just made me like not want to play any games around him. And he was like, totally go for it, do the thing, So I actually started to feel comfortable playing stuff that pretty much I did not before, like Resident Evil, Metal Gear, whatever, because I was just convinced that I was bad at it because it takes me so long to learn. And, especially when I was new at the game, it took a while. But, yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, no, it's always frustrating to have like a backseat gamer over your shoulder, but it's fun to have someone who can encourage you to move forward and get better at it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Like, actually...
And that's...
Go ahead.
Actually?
Oh, I was saying, me and my fiance had actually a similar experience with Diablo, because we will play through seasons together, and she had never beaten a Diablo game before, because she like quit halfway through Diablo 2, I think, because she couldn't get past a certain point. And so together we were able to get through it, and it was a lot of fun. It was co-op experience,
and that's a lot of fun too. I have a story like that about Capcom vs. K2. The way that I played the game is actually co-op. Because in that game you can pick anywhere from 1 to 3 characters, and there's a point ratio system where you've got 4 points, 3 characters. You can either put 4 points on one character, 2 on one, 2 on the other, 1 and 3, whatever, or 3 1-pointers, or 2 1-pointers, and 1 2-pointer, or something like that. And so basically what would happen is I would pick a character, he would pick a character, and we would just go through the game together. And we actually ended up having the best score that either of us had ever had by doing it together and fighting everything together than we did, separately. And even, with him being a dude who played fighting games since he was little, like, he didn't even have a solo score that beat the score that we had when we were playing, tag teaming it.
Oh, that's awesome. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And so I still, if I had the ability, like if I had here physically wanted to play a fighting game, I would be like, let's play Capcom vs. MK2, and we'll both pick a character and we'll go through the game, and that's how I really, really got into playing fighting games hardcore, to the point where, because that was on Dreamcast, I had like a callus because that controller was so terrible.
Yes, I remember that controller.
Yeah. So that was the only time in my life with that controller that I ever had like a callus on my finger from playing games. That was it.
I used to get them from playing Guitar Hero back in the old day. I loved that game, and then eventually I was like, I should just play the actual guitar, and I kind of stopped playing it.
Yeah.
All right, we got our Leoric's crown.
So did you actually go play guitar after that, or did you just say, I'm going to go play guitar instead of this game, and then not do it?
I did, actually. I haven't played guitar in a long time, because when I went to college, I started focusing more on singing, and I sang in an a cappella group. But
Yay!
But I did, and I need to get back into it again. But I had a lot of fun with guitar.
Yeah. I find that what happens is that, at least for me, I get interested in so many different things that it's just kind of like, to spread my time out evenly between everything, I more cycle through different activities and go through like gluts of, I'm going to play lots and lots of video games, and then now marathon season's starting up, so like that's, the power balance is shifting, and so like now I'm getting back into running more, and I am going to be doing, I actually ended up winning a free Spartan race that is going to be the same day as a Spartan race that I already signed up for. And so on October 28th, I may die.
Are you running 2 races back to back?
Yes, I am running 2 races back to back, one of which is a half marathon with like 50 plus obstacles in the morning, and then getting some food and water, and then turning around, and then at 5 p.m. doing another 3 or 4 hour on and off the course race of like kind with the organizers of the race. So I may die.
I wish you the best. That sounds insane.
But yeah, so that being the case, I'm going to be doing a lot of training and maybe a little bit less gaming for a bit.
Yeah, that's understandable with that kind of event coming up.
Yeah.
So our Leoric's crown is insane. We got literally the best possible roll as far as the secondary. We got 99% increase in gem effectiveness. So the actual legendary ability is fantastic. So now we get to put a ruby in it and go about our day and play some fun bounties.
Put some tussin on it.
Some what?
You've never seen that stand-up comedy act by Chris Rock, isn't it? Put some tussin on it.
I have
he's
not.
Just talking about. Okay, well, basically, the whole gist of the thing is he's like, poor black people. What we, everything. The way that we just solve everything is just put some Robitussin on it. Like my mom, no matter what it was, you got a broken bone, and whatever. It just goes on and on. But yeah, anytime anybody says put blank on it, that's immediately what comes to mind.
Put some tussin on it.
Yeah, put some tussin on it. So, yeah. I have not played any of the. Well, I haven't played Zerd or whatever. Xerd. I don't even know how to pronounce anything in Guilty Gear with all the ridiculous stuff. I like a Guilty Gear though. It's fun. I'm not very good at Guilty Gear game. All right, but yeah.
I have to agree with Almighty Squall in the chat. I forgot. I did get a callus, or make my palm raw from those Mario Party games. We had to spin the control stick as fast as possible. Those were the worst.
That is pretty great. I'm going to get a snack. I'm going to be AFK for a sec. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. We're going to keep gearing our guy up here. Ready to go. I like this legendary because it has a great ability, but it's 5 levels low. We probably need to craft something. Let's see if we can craft... It's level 23. Maybe we should just wait and craft that. Because we got that from... this is the legend of Skeet Ulrich right there, because he managed to pick that up in a bounty. Maybe we can craft that. We'll see how we do. Let's do highest usable. We'll craft a sword here. Yep, that was worth it. 84% damage increase. So let's get rid of Tempest Rush now. Go back to Lashing Tail Kick. Since we don't need to... Actually, yeah, let's keep Cyclone Strike on. Okay, I think we're good as far as he goes now. Ranger, did Nintendo actually send out a glove? I'd never heard about that. If so, that's amazing. Let's go to Act 1. We'll kill the Skeleton King again. I love the way the monk carries around his sword. He drags it behind him and then puts it on his back to punch people. That, and I will say, the one benefit to playing a monk here as opposed to a necromancer is you unlock a movement ability way quicker, which has saved my ass multiple times, as I'm sure you guys have seen, watching me go through this. The monk does not have all of those little minions to help take threat like the Necromancer does. But luckily, I am very mobile. Wait, there was a class action lawsuit for people tearing their palms on Mario Party. That is amazing. I will have to look at that after the stream today, because I want to read about that. That's hilarious. I never heard of that. I guess I was younger when Mario Party was the thing, so that must be why I never heard of it. I never got my free Nintendo glove. I want one now. Oop, I hear another treasure goblin. What is this? Oh my gosh, we have a pet napper. This is the one that gives you a free pet if you kill him, so we have to kill this guy. This is very important.
I just came back at a very important time.
We found a pet napper. We're gonna get a rare pet for killing him.
Oh yay! Go kill him.
Friendly
He's
Gauntlet.
terrible.
So those are incredibly rare. We got a living hand as a pet. That is awesome.
I'll see it in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna equip it right now. The Friendly Gauntlet. This hand looks suspiciously alive. All right, Grunk, you're gonna go home for a little while. It is an animated metal gauntlet that follows me around like a spider.
Sing. You have Sing.
And he's really tiny. That's awesome. That one must be new with maybe the Necromancer patch, because I didn't know that one existed. Unless I just got really lucky, I guess. And I did get lucky enough to find a pet napper. So that's pretty awesome.
Well, that's a pretty cool looking thing. I just saw it.
The little hand dude?
Yeah.
Bouncing around?
Dude.
He's so small. Yeah. I love it.
It just reminds me of playing Resident Evil 6, where the hands come off of some of the regenerator monster things.
Yeah, it
fucking
does.
irritating. Okay, anyway.
But
yeah, I just watched Resident Evil Vendetta the other day. It was so good. Well, it's good in the way that Resident Evil. Whatever.
Yeah, there's a different definition of good there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, okay, let's put it this way. For one, they actually tied the story of the movie to the video games, like what's been going on in the video games, which is, I think, the first time that they really spent that much time trying to loop it in somewhere. Like, they mention Los Iluminados, they mention Tricell and Neo Umbrella and all this other stuff. So, I mean, like, they really seem to be trying to tie it in. And, like, the things that you are fighting are mostly zombies that look like creepy human zombie things. They're not, the weirdo monsters that you had in 6. The main villain turns into a big thing, but it's just because he merges with some other guy. Reasons, I don't know, Resident Evil. But it's great because, like, he has a big glowing thing in his chest, and it's like, the whole time I'm like, shoot him in the fucking glowing spot! You know how to do this! I'm so mad. I was watching this, basically how I watch this movie, because I don't have anybody to watch it with physically here, is Sam Bear, who is, like, member of community, been my gaming bud for a while now, listener and abject suffering king, Sam. He jumped on a Skype call with me, and we were on video chat, and we were drinking, and we both pushed play on the movie at the same time on my birthday, and we were just, like, watching this video after I got off of work, and it was, like, the best possible way that I could have spent the rest of that day, to be honest. It was great.
Sounds good.
The action scenes are really, really well directed, and it is ridiculous and over the top, and it calls back to some of the movement sets from the games, like how they move in the game when you're playing it, and some of the points, where some of the choices that they made when they are directing some of the action sequences really makes it look for, like, brief moments as if you were in the game shooting these guys. So, it wasn't over the top, like there's too much of it and it looks like super crazy ridiculous, but just enough to make it, you know, a crowd pleaser, I guess, you know, like for the fans. And yeah, like the story is just about as absurd as anything else in, you know, recent Resident Evil history, but it actually ties into the games, which is pretty cool. So I hope that the next person, and the next time that they do another CG movie, that they have the same person directing it, because it was good. So
Yeah, I expect nothing less than a little bit of an odd story from a Resident Evil movie.
no, it's ridiculous. It's fun. Connor is asking if we're talking about the Resident Evil movies. I'm talking specifically about Resident Evil Vendetta, the newest CG movie that just came out fairly recently. It was sometime this month. So I watched it earlier this week, and it's very fun. Liked it. So yeah, I actually, the live-action Resident Evil movies, I watched one of them once. I don't know which one it was, and I don't really have much memory of it. It gave me a headache, and that was all I remember about it. I'm just, okay, whatever.
The live-action ones are a little rough. I mean, you know, if you enjoyed it, then that's great. But like, I will say, the live-action Resident Evil movie I saw, I was like, you know what? My time would probably be better served just playing a Resident Evil game than watching this.
Yeah, and Red Phoenix, which is Phil, says the CG movies have been alright, passable. Yeah, like the CG movies up to this point have been alright. Like they've been pretty good. I mean, they're not great, you know, they're not exciting, super great, but like they're, for me as somebody who likes Resident Evil and who jumped in initially at 4 and then backtracked and then went forward from there, I like watching the CG movies because it's just more of the character, you know, Leon, and then now they dragged in Chris and Rebecca, and Claire was in one of them. So anyway, like yeah, I the other ones were all right. This one is probably my favorite one though, for sure. But probably for sure is kind of a stupid thing to say, but I'm tired, so let me go get some more coffee and maybe it'll make more sense. Anyway, it's fine. But yeah, so the Patches says the first two are quotable. I believe you are talking about the live action ones being very quotable. That is something that I know for a fact because Dennis and David very often talk about it with a lot of laughter when they are talking about that on the level when it comes up. So tell me what's going on with Mouthfeel.
Mouthfeel,
he has a hand. Mouthfeel now has a hand.
Yeah, he has a hand buddy. He's right now we're just kind of doing bounties because one of the quickest ways to get experience and crafting materials that will be useful if he lives to level 70. Bounties are basically just like randomly generated little quests where you go through an area, and in this bounty I have to save people out of these cocoons, or I guess in this case a treasure chest out of this cocoon. But at this point he's just kind of going along. We're gathering gear and leveling up. We'll probably do a Nephilim rift here soon, but what we really want is to get a Herodric cache that has this Cain's Fate plans in it, because that's a set that gives us 20%, not 20%, 50% more experience, which is a huge boon to leveling up, especially this early in the game.
Okay, so you said a bunch of stuff that I don't know what you're talking about. some kind of a cache, and then like a Nephilim something or other. Is that Mouthfeel guy again? Are we going to go see the Mouthfeel guy?
Yeah, this is Mouthfeel right here. He's just punching his way through things.
Yeah. Oh, and then Connor says that he liked Afterlife. I'm not gonna knock anybody who likes the live action movies. I mean, like people who've listened to the level long enough know that I am very much like, hey, it doesn't matter. You leave that alone. Stop trying to qualify it like whatever. It doesn't. You don't have to qualify it. You can like a thing. It's fine. Whatever it is. I haven't seen all of the live action Resident Evils, and so I don't really have anything to say about them.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, ultimately, if you like a thing, don't let anyone tell you that it's wrong to like that thing, because it's not.
No.
Like, we're all different people. We don't have to all like the same things.
Please don't like the same thing. It fucking bore the shit out of me. I like variety. You don't want me to go into like the app store, do you?
We don't want Jala to go back to the app store again. We may never see her again.
Be like, oh god, this thing. You'll be talking about Nephilim and mouthfeel and whatever, and I'll be like, dude, I didn't know this came out. Cool. I'm like, what are you talking about, Jala? I don't know.
Let's see. But yeah, the long and short of it is we are killing dudes to get cool stuff.
So, Connor says the last live-action film, Wesker died by a door, which is complete trash. So, are you saying that the door killed him, or are you saying that he died next to a door? I mean, like, the way that Resi 5 killed Wesker was to have him inside of a volcano, which didn't kill him, but then he got shot by 2 different rocket launchers, and that killed him finally inside of the lava pit of death. So, I mean, like, a door is a lot less exciting unless that door became animate and, you know, like Mouthfeel's hand is right now.
I want to see Wesker fight an animate door. With his cool... but if to be a fair fight, the door also has to have cool sunglasses like Wesker. That's the only way I'm gonna allow this to happen.
This is great. He said the door came down and landed on his leg and he bled out.
Are you serious?
Couldn't he just like rip his leg off and keep going because he's Wesker? I mean, like...
My question was like, this a steel reinforced door? Why couldn't he just lift the door off of his leg?
Well, I mean, there's that too, but... Wesker can never actually die. He's like Superman. He's got the glowing red eyes like when Superman gets all evil face too. I really... Okay, I'm gonna have a slight rant about Superman for a minute. Okay, I like Superman. First, let me say this. Everybody, I know people are like, he's so boring because he's no weakness. He's... Okay, whatever. I grew up watching the Superman movies and he was my first crush, so back off. Anyway, like, I like him because he is a character who initially meant, you know, a lot of good things that I really wanted to epitomize myself. I wanted to be like that. I wanted to be the kind of character that he was exemplifying. And so, that is why I liked him. And I never got down on Wonder Woman. I mean, like, the new movie is awesome, but I just never got into her. And I was so mad when I was little because I had underoos, but they didn't have Superman underoos for a girl. They had Wonder Woman underoos. And I was so mad because I didn't want Wonder Woman Superman underoos. And when I was little, I had a trampoline, and I would jump on this trampoline, and I would, you know, as little Jala, imagine that I was Superman flying in the air. So I would be like, I didn't actually wear a cape ever. Let me just clarify that. But I did correct people and tell them that I was not Jala, I was Super Jala. And my mom was terrified that I would start school, because this is like before I was old enough to go to school. She was terrified I was going to start school and start correcting my teachers and telling them that I was Super Jala and that I needed to do it. So...
Did you actually? Because if so, that's amazing.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. When I got to school, I did not correct my teachers and tell them that I needed to be Superman. But that was a thing that worried my parents for a brief minute. But anyway, yeah, they did kill off Superman before, but and then I don't know if they came back for some reason, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I do not like the DC like trend towards, ever since Frank Miller, we have to try to make everybody gritty and dark and emo and just, what are they doing? It's stupid. So I'm glad that Wonder Woman, they were not trying to do that. Very glad that they took a veer off in a different direction with that move.
Yeah, the last thing I wanted was...
Yeah, like, they have not represented Superman very well, you know, in any of the recent media from what I've seen. Although I will say I was big into comics for a bit, and then like I get into them and then I just kind of fall off the wagon. I was really into them back in about 2014, and I really, really enjoyed Superman Wonder Woman crossover, which was like the first time I really saw Wonder Woman in anything that I really liked her in. And I liked Superman and Wonder Woman. That was good.
Yeah, I have not seen the new Wonder Woman yet. It's on my list to watch because I've heard it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
But I am glad that it wasn't like Batman but Wonder Woman. Like, that's what I was afraid of with the whole DC thing you're talking about. I don't want to go watch Batman again, but this time it's Wonder Woman.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thing. And like, okay, I liked Batman after I liked Superman because, you know, Batman had movies Superman didn't for a long time. And, you know, then he was cool, but then, you know, like, kind of the same thing with that. Like, I can get down on, like, the crazy Batman who's just, like, you know, he has got a gear loose and he is, like, super whatever emo. I can deal with that. But I really like the crazy, you know, older school, goofier Batman. Like, if you go back and you read anything from Silver Age, it's real weird shit. Like, some of the old comics are so weird. I love it. And old Superman comics are hilarious. Like, they are fucking funny. And I even have some of the radio dramas, like the old radio dramas that they used to play back before TV was a thing. And those are so good because it's just like, oh, I've got to beat these train robbers, you know? And, like, he spends a lot of time as Clark Kent and then, you know, has to have these dilemmas, these situations where he can't just, you know, be Superman. And so he has to deal with situations as Clark Kent when he's actually, you know, way stronger than that. And I wish that they would kind of bring that human element back to the comics for all of them, really. You know, like, have those kinds of dilemmas and kind of bring it back to that, you know, because that's really kind of Superman's whole big thing anyway. He's an alien, but he thinks of himself as a human and whatever. Anyway, I'll stop talking about that now. I don't know how many people care about it. But anyway, yes.
Yeah, I was never much of a comic book guy, but I can appreciate them as a whole. I appreciate them as obviously as an art medium and what they bring to the table. But when I was younger, I was always Batman. I don't know why I gravitated to Batman, but he was always my favorite. I remember having an old like porcelain Batman statue when I was a kid. Yeah, no, I wish I still had it. I unfortunately, like, 3-year-old me, not 3-year-old, probably 4 or 5, accidentally broke it, and I was really sad.
Oh, I've got to go pull it out now. I have a figure that my mom had, a toy, like this old polyurethane toy or whatever from whatever. It's a bendy toy that's all purple with some crappy paint on it that is Batman, and it's pretty great. And she gave it to me, and I'm like, oh my god, Mom, you have a Batman toy! Let me find it. I found it after my grandmother passed away, and she found it in their house. I was like, I can't believe it. You're gonna hear me rustling around trying to find it.
Yeah, I love going through, like, old shit like that and just finding remnants of your childhood. Oh, we got it. We got Kane's Fate. We got the set.
Just something important happened just now.
Yeah, so Kane's Fate is an armor set. So we have the plans for it. So we can take it to the blacksmith and craft it. And it gives us a 50% experience bonus when we wear all the pieces. So we're going to do that. That was a pretty happy thing. What level are we? We're 22, so we can wear it in one level.
Woohoo! And then you can get all the experiences, and mouthfeel may be your new 70.
Yeah, mouthfeel could very well be my next 70 hardcore.
Woo!
Let's see.
Mouthfeel is pretty hardcore, isn't he?
Mouthfeel is super hardcore.
That's great. I am going to look for this. I have a photo of it. I need to find it.
You should post it in the Slack.
I will as soon as I find it, or I'll tweet it, or both.
Something, yeah, I'd like to see it. All right, now we
There it is! I find it! Yes! Yay. I will share this with everybody. It was my cover photo on Facebook for a while because it was just kind of awesome.
Oh, Patches just pointed out it's a 3-set bonus. Thank you, Patches. For some reason, I thought it was a 4-set bonus, but it's a 3-set. So I will trade off whenever I get a better item in slot. That'll work.
Also, bye again, Eric. I hope that you get some sleep, or Z Chocobo, Zombie
Yes.
Chocobo, for anybody else who doesn't know that is Eric.
Take care, Eric. Have a good night. Or morning. I'm not sure what time it is where you are, but either way, sleep well. All right, let's do another bounty.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tweet it and then drop a link to the tweet into the Slack, so that way I'm not uploading a bunch of files on the Slack.
Yeah,
Yay.
yeah. I will take a look at it here shortly because I want to see it.
It's pretty great. I dropped that in. There, I have dropped it into the place, so you can see it in the Jalaid channel in the Slack, or on my Twitter, @Jala-chan.
Let's see if I can one-hand phone find this while still playing the game. That's probably asking
Don't do
for
that,
trouble.
you might die!
Yeah, that's
You might
asking
die,
for trouble.
don't do that, you just got a good thing. That's bad.
Yeah, I did
Okay,
just get my set.
And, bye Ranger, have a fun hike. Hiking is fun, I like it. I approve of this activity.
I love hiking. Oh, I see it. That is awesome. I love it.
Isn't it? It's pretty great.
That is pretty great. The purple, like, plastic is actually pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I have not been hiking in too long. That is the problem with being, like, a full working adult. When I was, I was in high school and I was in Boy Scouts, I got to go hiking and camping all the time. And now it's difficult to find the time. I need to make some time for that.
What kind of region do you live in?
So I am in...
Turtles are great. I like turtles. I'm replying to Ranger.
Oh, you're good. I'm in
yeah.
Ohio, so like there are parks around me where I can go hiking. It's not... It's like a halfway motivation thing, halfway time thing. Because my physical activity that I've recently been doing to try and stay semi-active is golf. And so I've been putting my time towards that. But
Gotcha.
I need to go hiking again sometime. You're inspiring me to go hiking, Jala.
Hiking is a good activity. If I could, I would be hiking today. But it's not a thing that I'm going to do. I already ran a while this morning, like an hour and a half, so... I wish there were more places like trails and things I could go to that were within driving distance of where I live, because there really aren't. And if I had some, I would be there and I would do all my runs as trail runs and just screw running on pavement, because first off, it's harder on your body to run on pavement, and second, I don't like the smell of car exhaust and whatever else. I would rather go hiking and go see trees and weird animals and, not attack them with slingshots in the middle of the night when they try to eat the garbage.
Oh, that is one of the best camping stories I've ever heard. I hope you know that. That's fantastic.
Well, that's why I had to tell it.
I'm glad you told it in person, because it was definitely worth hearing.
Yeah, so
yeah, one of my favorite campouts we used to do, we would actually do a biking campout. There's a really cool trail in Ohio called the Loveland Bike Trail. It's like really long. Like you can travel like almost all the way through Ohio. No, not quite that far. You can get like hundreds of miles on it. It's really fun. So we would we would set up camp, and we would break camp in the morning and then bike to a new campsite. So it was like backpacking but with bikes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so much fun. I loved it.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. That was the camp out where one kid broke his jaw.
Yeah. Yay!
He went head over heels on his bike, and he broke his jaw and came back. They had to go take him to the hospital, and he came back to the campsite that evening with his jaw wired shut.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it was he's actually a good friend of mine. I used to work with him too. He ended up actually going to, where did he go? He went on like a charity thing. I want to say it was Panama. He went to like help build like structures for people, and he went there with his jaw wired shut.
Oh my god!
Because like the trip was fairly soon after, and I remember he brought, I think he said 100 cans of Skyline chili. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Skyline chili. It's a very much like Cincinnati, Ohio thing. But it is this runny, like meat-based chili. It doesn't have any beans, no onions. It's like a weird meat sauce chili. And he would drink it because you could drink it. And he said he was just tired because he could not find things that weren't sweet for him to eat that he could drink. Because I mean, there was smoothies, there was, he could try and blend things up, but it was difficult to find things that weren't sweet. And so he just started buying Skyline chili by the can and drinking it through a straw.
Wow, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, I love Skyline chili, but I fully admit it is a weird Cincinnati thing. Cole put it once on the Slack. In Cincinnati, when it comes to chili, I am a stranger in a strange land. That is true.
That's pretty great.
Fighting the Siegebreaker Assault Beast now, and he's picking me up and throwing me around.
Oh, I see a very big thing that just showed up on the screen. That must be the thing you're talking about.
Yeah, this is actually the adult version of Grunk.
Oh, okay.
My little pet guy I had walking around. This is what he'll grow up to be one day.
Oh boy.
Luckily, we seem to be doing much better right about now. We're not really in any struggles for death. Yeah, as Inkwell put it, I'm basically taking no damage.
I love it because the description, living siege engine of hell.
Yep, that's what he is. The armies of hell use him to break down doors. And castle walls and things like that.
Ew, there's a very big mouthfeel over there. What is that thing?
Oh, that's those are another siege engines. They barf out enemy demons for you to fight. That is a very big mouthfeel.
Ew. Squall just explained it as a meat slurry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically what Skyline chili is, if that's what you're referring to. It is essentially meat slurry.
Oh boy.
It is meat that is the consistency of a smoothie, essentially.
That's a meat slurry. That qualifies.
It's interesting because I grew up in Cincinnati, and so for the longest time, I thought that was chili. Like, that's what I knew chili as. And so I eventually go to someone's house, and they said they're having chili, and so, I'm thinking this Skyline runny meat slurry chili. And no, this thing has, like, onions and tomatoes and beans in it. I'm like, what the hell is this? This isn't chili. And my mom has to explain to me, like, that this is what normal people consider chili.
No, dear, you're just very strange.
Yeah, pretty much. That's basically how it worked.
You grew up in some special circumstances. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Skyline chili is not for the faint of heart. But it is delicious. I will say it is the perfect chili to put on hot dogs. Like...
Oh no, sandwiches.
Oh no. I regret everything.
You said it.
I regret everything now.
Well, I love it because we're talking about egg-based breakfast amalgam and meat slurries. We have the most appetizing names for things here.
We really do. Now I just want to go now I really want Skyline. Maybe after my stream. Because I'm a little bit further north, but I actually still live across the Skyline. Oh, those beams do a lot of damage. I might go to Skyline after the stream, because I'm hungry.
I understand perfectly. I had to deuce out and go get a snack bar because I ran earlier, and running causes a slow burn of hunger. So like I ate something earlier, but then you get hungry again, and then again. Like basically, when you're training for a marathon, you're just fucking always hungry. So
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, my mom used to run a lot of marathons. She doesn't do it as much anymore, but I remember her training. It was intense. She had like a full like regimen she had to follow in order to train up to a full marathon.
Mm-hmm.
What I always find interesting, you may be able to shed some light on this for me, is that she never actually ran the distance of the full marathon until the day of the full marathon.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's pretty much because you don't need to run the full distance of the marathon, because let's face it, if you can go out there and you can run 20 miles, you know, you got it.
Okay, yeah.
Like, if you can run 20, you can run 26.2. I know that's like another hour, but like, science basically proves that like you don't need to run the full distance prior to the race in order to do it, and you can train up to it to where you run, you know, the exact distance or over beforehand. But the thing about it is like, it's not something that is required in order for you to complete the entire thing. I mean, the main thing that you are trying to do in all of your training is to, one, get used to being on your feet that long and being moving that long, and then two, get your nutrition and hydration on point so you don't, you know, peter out and just like have no energy left, and three, want to see what happens when you hit the wall of exhaustion that hits you after you have been running about 18 miles or 20 miles or something like that. You need to hit that wall. Sometimes it's, you know, earlier, sometimes it's later for people. And see what happens and see how you can get your mental game on point, you know, for a race, because it is more of a mental thing than a physical thing. If you follow the training, your body is fine, but your mind is like, oh my God, I've been running for how long and I have how long to go? You know, like it's endurance. It's an endurance thing, especially when you get tired. Your brain is like wanting you to stop, and your legs maybe can still go, you know, and they will if you've done your training. But yeah, like mentally, you've checked out, and you have to be able to get your mental fortitude where it needs to be in order to do that. Which is why when I ran the Houston Marathon this year in January, I was asking people, you know, to send me audio clips of encouragement, because that was like my, you know, once I hit the wall and I'm dying, I will turn this on and I will listen to all of these messages that people have recorded for me, you know, to encourage me to keep going so that I can survive. Because by the time that you are exhausted, you still have, you know, another 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 miles to go. I mean, you know, you still have a while yet that you still have to race. So, you know, that helped me along. So, you know, very, very delayed, you know, additional thank you to people who had given me messages for that race. I appreciated them very much.
That's a really cool way to think about like overcoming that like mental wall you said. That's really cool. Just to have.
Well, I mean, like, okay, I played enough JRPGs to know, and watched enough anime to know that the power of friendship can conquer fucking anything. So, like, bye, Patches. Thank you for visiting and hanging out.
Yeah, Patches, take care.
Donating and things. Bye.
We're glad to have you here with us. Yeah, the power of friendship always makes it. But no, that is a cool insight.
Yeah.
I guess I always wondered like why you wouldn't be fully prepared for the race before going there. But like you said, if the majority of it really is mental once you've gotten to that physical training point, then that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and you know, like you there are people who, I guess, like, it's very, very small amount of people who actually run the full distance before. Basically, if you can run 20 miles, you're golden, and you don't need to run more than 20 miles, and you don't really need to run 20 miles or over more than a couple of times before the full marathon either. So yeah,
if I remember correctly, her training was like She did her long distance runs on Saturdays, so that was like
Yep.
every Saturday she would go further than she did any time last week, and she would do smaller runs during the week.
Yep.
And her last run before the marathon was about 20 miles.
Although, you're supposed to taper for a couple of weeks in there where you dial it back and you don't do super, super long runs. Like, you do easier runs, shorter runs for a couple of weeks just to get your body to the point where it has rested.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A lot of people have trouble dialing it back because they just kind of have this paranoia that, oh my God, I'm going to lose all my training if I don't run, for 20 miles in the last couple of weeks for the marathon. But no, really, like, your cardio doesn't change very much. And, because you're still running, you're just not running as much. You're basically just letting your legs recuperate, letting all the kinks work out of your muscles a little bit, still keeping moving, but not like overtaxing your body. You're letting it heal from the last however many weeks you've been training before you get into the big race, because during the big race, you are going to be running faster, harder, and longer than at any point during your training. So,
yeah, I believe she had some taper weeks in there as well. I don't quite remember because it's been a while, but
yeah.
it was it's interesting how the science of like kinesiology in that training happens.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I don't know how much anybody else in the chat cares about my marathon talking thing. I am interested in a lot of things that are, I guess, boring to a lot of people. Sorry. We can talk about... You are level 27. That's exciting.
Yes, I have made it...
level 27
I have
on my
made
screen.
it further. Because Skeet Ulrich made it about level 22, and Mouthfeel is now level 27. So we're making some good progress.
Well, and you've got some Buffy buffs. Super exciting armor type bits and things.
Yeah, I'm pretty well kitted out for this point in the game. Like, I really couldn't ask for much more right now, because I got all the drops I wanted. So I'm in a really good spot as far as being able to take everything and do enough damage that I'm not wasting too much time on any individual enemy. That's the key to leveling up fast in this game, is you don't want to be sitting there playing on the hardest difficulty possible, because you'll just sit there trying to kill an enemy for forever and not gaining any experience. Whereas on a lower difficulty, you just kill so much that it makes up for the lower experience you get from it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Inkwell in chat says that they could never imagine running a marathon in decent shape. You'd never guess that I wasn't in great shape, but I have no stamina. Yeah, when I first started doing training for marathon in the first place, one of the biggest things for me is that before this, I taught Taibo, and I would do Insanity, and, I'd do stuff like yoga and belly dance too, which is lower intensity, but, like, a lot of my training was push as hard as you can and then stop and take a rest and then keep pushing as hard as you can, high intensity intervals. And that is the absolute opposite of what you're doing with something like an endurance sport, like a marathon or something. Running is, unless you are sprinting, you are not doing anaerobic exercise, which, is like that high intensity stuff. You are doing aerobic exercise, and it's endurance. It is more about pacing yourself and not pushing 125%. You have to be able to last. So you have to, go at a rate that you can maintain for hours. So that is the hard part for me, because with pretty much anything, I'm on or I'm off. I'm doing it 125%, or I'm not doing it at all. I'm like fucking over there somewhere. So, for a marathon and doing marathon training, it was a whole very difficult thing for me to just wrap my head around, just pacing myself and getting that under control to do that. But, it's a thing that you work up to, and it's not, something that I think even anybody really, really, like, needs to do. I mean, like, I think the longest race that I would say most people who are interested in doing running or should or could run would be something like a half marathon, because that's 13.1 miles. That's a long way. That's enough that you are running for a couple of hours or 3 hours or however long it takes you, and you're out there, you've made an accomplishment, you have gone a very far distance, but it's not like 26.8 2 miles, which like my house to downtown Houston is 18 miles. I am passing downtown and going to the other side of Houston. I'm running across the city. That is a long way. That's ridiculous. So, you know, but yeah, like endurance is something that you have to build up. It's not just muscular endurance, your cardio endurance. Really where I have trouble because I have a sedentary job. So, one thing that I'm trying to do, and I don't know if I mentioned this on the level or not, I've mentioned it in the wellness Slack, but right now I'm studying for my personal trainer certification so that I can teach boot camp classes with Camp Gladiator. And if I get back into teaching fitness, then that's going to be like a little bit different. I mean, yes, that's mostly standing around and telling people how to train, but it's also my job to be fit and be training and, you know, things that I would be doing for continuing education to keep up my certification would require me to go out and do physical activity. So like I wouldn't be as sedentary. So I think my cardio at that point would be a lot better than it is right now, sitting, having a desk job, and then doing all of my running around that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have recently taken it upon myself to try and get better about a lot of health things in my life, eating better, having some physical activity, because I have a sedentary job as well. And there's like nothing makes me feel worse at the end of the day than to go to work and sit in a chair all day and then to come home and sit in a chair all day. Yeah.
And part of the thing though that I know from people is that for one, if you have a sedentary job, you just feel tired a lot. And then you may not have a physical, you know, job that is physically wearing you down, but you have mental drain. And by the time you get home, you're just kind of frazzled, and it's harder for you to get interested in doing things and being active. And it's not, you know, between the lack of energy that you have from just inertia and then the mentally you have this drain. I mean, for me personally, I have 2 screens that I have to deal with, 2 monitors that I have to stare at all day, lots of little numbers and things. So like I have eye strain out the ass. So like when I get off of work, I have to close my eyes and put like an eye pillow on my face because my eyes are just so squinched up and just need to unwind and relax a little bit before I can do anything else. And that's part of the reason why I do most of my training in the morning before my day starts, because afterwards, like it's harder. It's really hard.
It is.
So.
It's at that point, like at least for me, I have trouble motivating myself after a day of work. 'Cause like you said, there's mental drain, and you just want to go home and veg out and do whatever you normally do.
Yeah, and I mean, like, do I want to go and lift weights and go do high intensity intervals and run 8 miles or whatever after work, like right after work? Or do I want to chill out and chat with people and play a game on Steam? You know, like, which these things do I want to do more after I'm done with the day of work? Like, that's why I try, and that's why I wake up at really good times in the morning usually to go do my training, just so I can get it out of the way. But yeah, and thank you, Inkwell. I am starting my studying process. It's a lot of studying. It's going to be like a few months before I can get everything on lockdown and have all of that memorized to where I can take the test. But I'm hoping to maybe get that done this year, you know, by the end of the year, and maybe even start teaching Camp Gladiator by the end of the year if I can, and that would be great. And then the whole goal is to, you know, start teaching it and then start transitioning after the marathon when I've got a little bit more time, marathon being in January, to teaching fitness and like getting out of the current job that I'm in and then just teaching fitness full time. So we'll see how that works. But
yeah, I think that would be great for you too. I know you've done a ton in the health and wellness Slack to help a ton of people out, and so I think you would be very good at that, and I hope that you succeed.
Well, even like at every job I've ever been at, I have always been like the trainer person. They automatically stick me in that role because I teach people, I remember stuff, and even if I suck at trying to explain video games, and like if Cole asks me a question, like I don't know how to, like my brain takes a while to go over the river and through the woods to get to whatever the point is, you know? So, you know, I struggle to get that out. But when it comes to teaching something that I already know, you know, like talking about fitness or whatever, that's a very, very different ballgame. I'm pretty on point with being clear about that. So, you know, even today when I was doing my run this morning, I was running with a lady who, she runs a lot slower than I do, but she is new to my running group, and she is just getting into fitness again after a long hiatus. And she fell at the beginning of the run. And she was like, you can go, you don't have to stay with me. I know you can go a lot faster. And I'm like, I'm not leaving you. It's dark. You are running by yourself at the back of the pack. You are the last person here, and you just fell. I'm not leaving you. So I ran for 90 minutes at her pace and was like, you know, talking to her about how to pace herself. And I, you know, gave her some tips on what pace and how to go about doing walk-run intervals the next time that, you know, she runs a long run or what different stuff. So, I mean, like, I automatically fill that role, I guess is what I'm trying to say, even if I'm not officially a teacher or whatever. So, but anyway, I'm boring the fuck out of people in the chat.
I don't think you're boring everyone.
You are level 30. That's exciting.
Well, we also got something really exciting here called Kanai's Cube that I can explain about.
Kanai's Cube. Is that like a Rubik's Cube?
Sort of. We put things into it and we get stuff out, I guess. Kanai's...
How is that like a Rubik's Cube?
That's a good point. I don't know. There are puzzles that make it like a Rubik's Cube.
Okay. So how do the puzzles work?
Well, essentially, there are recipes that we have to find all these special crafting materials for. And what we can do is, when we use these recipes, we get all kinds of interesting things. One of the cool things we can do, which we don't have the crafting materials for yet, but we will soon, hopefully, is we can do what's called extracting legendary power. So this Leoric's crown, for example, is really good, but its stats aren't as good as we want it to be anymore. So what we do is we can put it in here, and when we have the proper materials, we destroy the item, but then we can equip the item to our cube. And what that does is it makes it so we have the effect of the item even while not wearing it. So we don't get any of the stat bonuses, we just get its special legendary ability, which is listed here in this orange text. And so we can get that special ability from Leoric's crown without having to jeopardize our stats. It can also be it can also be used to like re-roll items. So say you have an item that's really good, but you didn't get the best rolls for it, you can spend materials to completely re-roll it. You can use it to teleport to the treasure goblin realm if you have the right stuff.
So the treasure goblin realm is full of treasure goblins that you can run around and kill?
Yep.
Okay.
It's pretty sweet. If we find a puzzle ring, we'll do it. We only have about 30 minutes left in this block, but if we find one, we'll do it. And it's basically, you run in there's tons of treasure goblins, tons of gold, and you go through and you fight a treasure goblin boss, and you get so much stuff. Like, on a high torment level run, you will get billions of gold. Inkwell. Sorry.
Go ahead and reply to Ink.
Oh, he's saying it's like a Rubik's Cube in that it's a cube. End comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. That was a bad comparison. Sorry. Torment levels are the difficulty levels of the game.
Oh, okay.
So we're playing on hard. It goes from normal to hard to expert to master, then to Torment 1, and it goes all the way up to Torment 13.
That makes my head hurt.
This game is all about going to ridiculous difficulty levels. So like,
this sounds like a game for Dennis.
He actually probably would like it. I don't know if he plays it or not.
I think he said, didn't he say he played it at some point? I don't remember. Dennis, are you still in the chat? You were in there at some point. I don't know. You say Torment, and the only thing I think about is Torment, Tides of Numenera, and the original.
That's fair. Yeah, it's the higher Torment difficulties are a little insane. Like right now, we're dealing with enemies that have health in the thousands. Like this guy's got 2,000 health. At Torment 10 at level 70, all the small guys have over 1 billion health.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you basically have to be doing 1 billion damage like a second to be able to play at that difficulty.
Numbers don't mean anything anymore at that point.
Yeah, the numbers get really bloated in Diablo, but that's also kind of the charm. It's like, I don't know if you've ever played like one
I'm
of those...
so metal, I did 15 billion damage! Okay.
Well, it's like, there's something oddly satisfying about just like that sense of progression and seeing the numbers get bigger. And they get to the point of absolute insanity here, but it's still fun to see like 1,120 million pop up, which is like, and then seeing like the 11.1 billion pop up. It's so fun. It's why this game is so addicting. You're like, I just really want to be able to hit like this guy for, you know, you don't want to do criticals for 12 billion damage, and then you get there and you're like, no, I want to do them for 20. It's like those really silly like smartphone clicker games, but with more game. Like,
See, I can't do a clicker game.
No, I can't either. I think they're incredibly boring, but this one actually has, you know, strategy, dodging attacks.
Yeah. That's not the actual. That's not the mechanic of the game. It's like not just clicking, and that's the only thing you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I've seen people though, like I think they mention one on Check It Out Comrades somewhat recently.
I don't know.
I can't remember which one. I'm pretty sure they did that in like a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds dual special, which was a weird combination.
Yeah, see, like I didn't listen to that episode because I've seen enough PUBG talk. Or bad or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I've seen enough talk or heard enough talk of that. Both actually, reading it in the Slack and then hearing it. I'm like, I don't want to hear that anymore. So
these guys are trying to freeze me, and it's getting a little annoying to have to dodge and weave all these frozen balls.
I just, for a minute there, you cut out, and all I heard was something about frozen balls. Alright, it's that kind of a chat now, is it?
No. These guys cast these little frozen balls, and if you get caught in the area when it explodes, you can't move for a few seconds, and that's really bad on hardcore.
Yeah. Oh, there they are!
Yep.
Now I see the frozen balls you were referring to. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Out of context.
It's Rising Number Force the game, according to Inkwell. Yeah, that sounds about right.
You know, you're not obviously going to get to level 70 with this character.
No,
within
I'm not.
The next little bit. However, if you do get this character to level 70, it is your obligation to let me know that Mouthfeel is now your level 70.
I will continue playing him on my own time since I don't have another hardcore character, and I will keep you informed on the progress of Mouthfeel if he makes it to 70, or if he dies a tragic death at the hands of Mouthiel.
That would be great. Well, I mean, either one would be great. So, whatever happens, I accept the fate of Mouthfeel.
Of Mouthfeel. You know, that might be a fun way to cap off this stream. We should go back and fight Mouthiel again with Mouthfeel, and now that he's higher level and stronger.
Hopefully he won't be one-shotted and killed.
Yeah.
I would like him to survive, ideally, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't, because he might die. Mouthfeel is he's really tough at lower levels. Just because you don't really have the damage mitigation abilities you need to fight Mouthfeel at a low level. As you level up, you gain abilities that will easily prevent large swaths of damage and large attacks like that. But we don't really have them until the higher levels.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I've got an emotional attachment to this character.
All right, well then for you, Jala, I will keep him alive as best I can.
Good. I would like him to live. It would be awesome. He is blazing fists. I just see this as a thing you unlocked.
Yeah, that was a... yeah, that's a rune for this spell. I actually like Hands of the Lightning more than that one, though. So we're going to keep Hands of the Lightning. Yeah,
Did you?
Go ahead.
Hmm?
No, go ahead. Were you
Hello?
gonna say something?
It just cut out for a second and then popped back up again.
Oh, okay.
I think my phone is like rebelling on me. It's like, stop with this talking. You need to set me down and leave me alone. I don't remember now what I was gonna say. Oh well, where did Gronk go? Did he die a long time ago? I mean,
Oh, no,
he hasn't been around for a while, but
I put Gronk away from my new hand pet that I just got. I still
oh,
have him.
I can't see him on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. I see him. Okay,
yeah,
never mind.
he's hard to see. He's so tiny.
Yeah,
He kind of like blends into the corpses too.
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Gronk is one of my several cosmetic pets, and he just got put away because we have a new pet, and he'll come back later.
That is fine. I was just wondering. I'm like, wait a minute. I haven't seen him in a long time. What
Yeah.
happened to him?
I'm bringing it up on screen now. I've got a couple guys. I've got the half-formed goblin, my new friendly gauntlet, a mini version of the butcher, Grunk, and then a mini Diablo. And I love the flavor text on that. Aren't you a little short for a Lord of Terror? We need to go this way, actually.
It's pretty great that it's he looks like he's very fancy. Sorry, I was just watching his like animation, his cyclical animation thingy. It just popped up on the stream.
Yeah, yeah. He's a lot of those I've gotten from just from events. Like you get the half-formed goblin when you buy the Necromancer expansion. But the two rarest are my hand and Grunk, because they came from those very rare pet napper goblins.
Mm-hmm.
I rescued them from from a pet stealer.
So great. You go and you rescue pets and then take them into hell and fight demons with them.
And they pick up money for me. That's what their job is.
Yay!
If you have a pet, they pick up gold around the area for you, and so they're my money guys. Yeah, we're doing pretty good here with Mouthfeel. I'm very happy with how this character has turned out here in the latter half of the stream. Oh, there's another treasure goblin.
Well,
a gem hoarder.
Mouthfeel has gotten a lot of luck. He's gotten some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, his drops have been very good. RNG has been on my side for this run.
In RNG we trust.
In RNG's us we trust. Okay. So, who is up next on stream? I think we got about 20 minutes left on this one. Do we know who
I don't know, but whenever you are done, I'm going to probably go check on my mom, who's not doing very well right now, and then take a nap. It's Phil. Phil's
Okay,
going to be
yeah.
playing. Yeah, I will. Well, I will stay around for a little bit of yours, Phil, but I need to take a nap. I'm tired. But I will be around for some of it. A little bit. Let me see how long they're going to be going.
He's playing Elite Dangerous, isn't he?
Unless he changed his mind, are you still doing that, Phil? You're gonna be playing for a little while. I should be able to take a nap and come back, and you'll still be doing the thing. So that's cool. I'm trying to see as much as I can of the streams.
Yeah, we're glad to have you, and I appreciate you joining me on mine. It was nice to have a chat buddy, so I wasn't forced to be entertaining alone for 4 hours.
Yeah, see, and that's kind of the thing too. It's like it gets kind of like, yes, you can reply to things in the chat, but that still kind of feels awkward because of the latency and whatever. So
Yeah.
yeah, but I will be around for part of it. I'm not going to be sticking around for 100% of any one particular person's stream because I'm going to be hanging out in so many streams. But There's another one of those weird mouth feels.
The demonic siege breakers.
They're weird and they spit creatures. Why do
Yeah.
they do it? Hey, you know what? That's my Kamehameha! Remember how I said the Kamehameha with the...
Oh, yeah.
There it is! That's the guy. He did the thing.
He did the
Super
Kamehameha
Saiyan.
earlier.
Yeah, he's a Super Saiyan. We didn't even know it. Necromancer Super Saiyan.
Okay, and now we get to get some rewards again. We got all the bounties done in this chapter.
What is ATS? American Truck Simulator? Is that it? Did I get it right? I don't even know.
That sounds right.
Time clickers with... I will go to sleep on you if you play time clickers. I mean, I was already going to sleep on anyway, but, like, you know.
Ooh, we got a legendary ring.
Woo!
Now, wouldn't that be awesome if it was the puzzle ring and we got to do the Treasure Goblin Realm to finish off the stream?
That would be really awesome. What type of a ring is it?
It is not. It is an Avarice Band.
A what?
An Avarice Band. It is a... Each time I pick up gold, increase my gold and health pickup radius by 1 yard for 10 seconds, stacking up to 30 times.
Oh boy.
And it actually has some really good stats for me right now, too.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Phil's taking requests. What do you know?
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil, I'm sorry. If you play time clickers, I might fall asleep on you, too. Not even because, like, I'm not... Like, not even because I'm tired, just because, yeah, no, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I don't think you need to qualify the statement, you know? Like, most people, if they are playing a clicker game for that long, they are in some kind of a zombie-like state to begin with, is my impression. I mean, like, they're really tired and they're just kind of, like, doing a thing to be doing a thing. Does that make sense? I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, I might be wrong. If somebody else is out there who is watching this and is very excited about clicker games, I'm sorry if I'm shitting on your thing. I don't really know. You're gonna have to explain it to me.
Well, it's like we said earlier. We don't all have to like the same thing. I just don't like clicker games.
Yeah, I just don't understand. So it's fine. You know. Yeah, and Phil's comment. Donate to get me to stop playing. There you go.
All right. We're doing a Nephilim Rift now, which a Nephilim Rift is kind of like a boss rush, essentially. We haven't done one yet, but you have to kill a certain amount of enemies, and then a boss appears, and you kill that.
Okay. Yeah, like, I had asked you a long time ago about this thing, but it was in a list of questions about what the fuck are you talking about? And so I had no idea what anything was. Anyway. Yeah, 5 minutes. Oakenford. Well, if they're great for 5 minutes, imagine how great 3 hours would be. Oh, boy. My logic is infallible. Yes.
Yeah, I get it to a degree of, like, if you're really bored, it's, like, something entertaining to watch. But I would almost rather just, like, listen to something or watch a video at that point. But, hey, different strokes for different folks.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, it's kind of like, again, that guy who was on Obsessed Podcast talking about, like, he said that, I forget what game he was playing, but he would go into this game and would basically be, like, it was a space shooter game or something, and he would go on the outside of the ship and pretend that he was welding things. And so he was pretending that he was a welder that had to fix stuff on the ship and would just give himself, like, shit to do in this game, you know, about that has nothing to do with, like, the actual point of the game whatsoever. He just completely did something else in it. And literally he had referred to it as Space Welder, and so, like, his roommate at the time was like, "Are you doing Space Welder again?" And literally that was, like, the thing. And I'm just like, wow, that's pretty extreme. So anyway, yeah, like, that was pretty great. The most recent episode of that was about whiskey. And there was a lot of whiskey chat on the Twitter because at one time, like last summer, when I went to Classic Game Fest and I got to hang out with everybody. The first time I met Jeremy. It was actually the first time Jeremy had ever actually fucking talked to me ever, I think. And he was drunk off his ass already because I got to the meetup late because I was, flying from a family reunion to Houston and then driving from Houston to Austin, and my plane was late. So I was like speed racer and stressed out, and I go and everybody's smashed off their ass. And here's Jeremy, like, you're awesome, fangirling, and I'll get you a drink. And I'm like, okay, cool. And he's like, what do you want? I'm like, whiskey. And he gets me a whiskey sour. And there was like this whole chat on Twitter about this, and I was like, what is this crap? Like he gave me this thing, and I didn't say anything to him at the time, but later on after we got to know each other, I gave him all kinds of shit about it. And I'm like, oh, buying me a bitch drink. Did I ask you for some fucking sour fucking shit watering down my damn whiskey? You guys were drunk off your ass, and I had a stressful day. I just wanted to have a little bit of fun and relax a little bit. And what do you think I'm going to do with the whiskey sour?
Well, at that point, you can't dilute it either because you have catching up to do. They're already there.
Yeah!
You gotta go.
My point! Like, come on, dude! What was that? So anyway. Yeah. That's why I have a special place in my heart about whiskey, and there was lots of whiskey chat. I was in this long chat about whiskey that happened on Twitter in the last week or so. I was just like, ragging on whiskey sours. I really don't care. Like, I hope people who happen to catch that understand. I really don't care. I was doing it for the comedic effect, of giving him crap. But anyway.
Yeah. We've got a large group here that you'll probably see show up soon if it hasn't already.
I see it. It's a big group, and that thing with the glowing feet.
Oh yeah, the Mallet Lord.
Thing.
I love the Mallet
spiky.
Lord.
Oh, is that what its name is?
Yeah, its name is literally Mallet Lord.
Oh, it is. I see it. It just popped up.
I love it.
And it doesn't even have a cool name. It's like a cool subtitle. It's just demon.
Yeah, they only give cool subtitles to like the special characters. Everyone else is just like a beast or a reaper, or in his case, Mallet Lord.
Well, rats.
I don't know. Mallet Lord's a pretty cool subtitle in its own, isn't it? Like, you're the lord of all the mallets.
The Lord of Mallets. Yeah, but there's not just one of you. There's like a bunch of you. Like one of many.
I mean, some guy needs to pound in his tent stakes, gotta call Mallet Lord. 1-800 Mallet Lord for all of your pounding needs. Oh, that was poorly phrased. I'm sorry.
Oh, boy. That's great. Phil says that Mallet Lord is his
stage name. I see it. That's great.
Well, now that you've added that other, connotation to the thing, that's even better.
Inkwell. Sounds like a gigolo name.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy. Look what you've started. This is your fault. You and your mallets.
Well, I'm leaving it for Phil here in 8 minutes. We should have just enough time to get through this Nephilim Rift, and then we can toss it over. So we'll get one more boss fight in us, maybe some cool gear, and
all up in there with the mallets. And
with the mallets. It'd be great if we got the Mallet Lord boss, because that is an actual boss.
Oh, there is? Great.
I would
Mallet Lord, vassal to the Hammer King.
Mallet Lord v Mouthfeel this weekend on pay-per-view.
That's great. I was waiting for someone to do MC Hammer joke. Squall, thank you.
MC Hammer King. Yeah, there actually are Hammer Jammers in this game. I'm not kidding. There is a pair of pants called. There's a pair of pants called Hammer Jammers.
Wow. That reminds me of the In Living Color skit where they were making fun of MC Hammer. Like, the dude who was being Hammer got tangled up in his pants and fucking fell off the stage. Yeah. Phil. Too legit to hit. Har har. I didn't actually facepalm on that one. Good job, Phil.
Phil, the resident
Phil is usually
bad joke king.
Yeah. That guy.
To this day, I still have the boo as one of my most used emojis, just for the amount of times I use it to react to Phil.
Well, I just facepalm. Like, why do you think that, my status emoji is like a facepalm? It's infinite facepalming.
It's because of Phil and his bad
Okay,
jokes.
I facepalmed at that one, Phil. The man with the golden pun.
Oh, boo.
Yeah, facepalm. Damn it.
It wouldn't be the same without you, Phil.
Nope, it wouldn't. Yeah, besides which, you also make sure that the boo emote has a job. That's some job security right there. You are the job security for boo and facepalm.
You make sure Boo every night is able to provide for his children. His Boo children.
Oh, speaking of, when I was up in Cincinnati last month and visiting with Cole and the guys, we played a little bit of Mario Kart 8, and I played as Boo, King Boo, and when I was King Boo, I beat ass. I destroyed everybody. It was great. And then I switched to anybody else, and I fucking died all the time. It just did not work. I failed with everybody else. But Boo is my thing. Boo is my jam, apparently.
Ooh, we got the Rift Guardian. Rhyme.
Yay, Rift Guard. I don't know. I'll see it in a minute, maybe.
Yeah, he's a little
I'm
mage
still
guy.
looking. Oh, okay.
Yeah, speaking of Mario Kart 8, that game is a masterpiece. Easily one of the best Mario Karts in recent memory.
What's great is that the only Mario Kart that I actually really played much of before that was a Game Boy Advance Mario Kart.
Oh,
yeah,
Super Circuit?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I had that one. I had that too. I love that game.
Yeah, I played that one, and that was the only Mario Kart I invested a lot of time in.
Yeah, 8...
So anyway, continue on about Mario Kart. You were...
Oh, no, I was just rambling, honestly. You're good.
Okay.
I just remember... For some reason, 8 felt a lot more polished to me than 7 or Double Dash or Mario Kart Wii. I really enjoyed 8. I only have it on Wii U. I don't have a Switch yet, but I will eventually.
I want to Switch one day, but, I kind of have other things to take care of, and have had other things to take care of for, since November.
Yeah,
So,
I feel
it's just oh my god, whenever life stops shitting on me, then I'll think about getting a Switch.
I will admit...
But, so Inkwell says, we need a lifetime surfboard for the boat. And then Phil replied, after lifetime.
After... Oh god, Phil, my head's in my hand right now.
Your hand's in your head,
my head's...
I guess...
My hand... I can't speak. I've been talking for 4 hours about Diablo. I can't talk anymore.
No, you have not been talking for 4 hours about Diablo. I have been here to completely derail the conversation
For two
and
of
talk
them.
about other shit for a while.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have. You're right. Well,
Phil says it's going to be a minute before he can take over.
Okay,
So
well,
you will have to deal with me for a little longer.
No, you're fine. I have enjoyed getting to derail conversation with you, Jala. We'll ham it up a bit longer while Phil prepares.
As long as it doesn't turn into a ham slur.
Ham slurry? That callback's a little bit rough there, Jala. I'm gonna have to veto that one.
Well, listen, you were talking about you want to go eat food. And I'm also hungry. Food's on the mind, and you mentioned a food, so
I'm not gonna lie.
It's just going to come up.
That food conversation we had 20 minutes ago, seriously tough on me. I'm starving.
I know, seriously. I ran a long time earlier, and I'm hungry, so same thing. Damn it, Phil, we're starving. Starving children. Yeah, he
Get
probably
your ass in
has
here,
his own,
Phil.
Nah, he probably has his own starving child to take care of. And that
Probably.
Thanks, because he is a dad, so he is probably doing a thing that is important.
I had the feeling that Phil
yeah.
just tests all of his dad jokes on us before in the Slack, and then uses them on his child.
Oh Jesus! I can just imagine this this child growing up, and like the thing is that the immunity this kid is going to have the antibodies.
The pun antibodies.
Yes, the antibodies. He will be immune to all dad jokes. So
He's the hero. He's not the hero we need. The one we deserve.
Oh man.
So yeah, I guess I can run a couple more things before Phil is preparing himself to play. My
Phil
dad
says
was
it doesn't-
bad.
Yeah, his dad was bad, and it doesn't work. You don't get antibodies. Well, shit. Your kid's SOL.
All right, let's go fight a boss. Let's kill Belial.
Oh, Phil says he's good, I think. Do you
Oh, you're
wanna go
good?
kill the boss? Or do you
Nah.
want to run away and go get food?
I
What is
literally
more
just
important to you right
teleported
now?
there, so I think we'll hand it over to Phil. It's his slot anyway.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well,
And
Phil-
Mouthfeel is still alive at level 36, so
Mouthfeel lived. We'll do a celebratory
Yes.
dance. And
Woohoo!
he'll dance for a little bit before I cut out. Yeah, it was a ton of fun, guys. You guys were super fun to hang out with. Thank you for joining me, Jala. I loved getting to hang out with you here on this Diablo 3 run.
Yeah, thank you for having me on and stuff, Phil. I will be around. I will pop on. I swear, I do need to get away from the devices for a little bit and get a food and check on my mom. When I'm done with that, though, I'll be back.
All right, guys, that is it for me. I'm gonna cut the stream, and Phil should be on shortly. Thanks so much, guys. I'll be in the chat for the rest of the day mostly, and I'll see you guys later.